here. My sister waiting, you go here. Archbishop de for London, Pope de for Rome, Imam de for Mecca. Archbishop de for London, Pope de for Rome, Imam de for Mecca. My people, them go, they follow Bishop, them go follow Pope, them go follow Imam, them go for London, them go for Rome, them go for Mecca, them go carry all the money, them go Juba Bishop, Juba Pope, Juba Imam, them go start to yab themselves in spirit from heaven. Every day for house, every day for road, every day for bus, every day for work, every day for house, every day for road, every day for bus, every day for work. My people, my people, my people, my people. We now have to carry our minds out of those garden places back into this musical contraption right opposite you. Now we are back here. This is what happens to we Africans every day. Now, what I want to tell you now, na secret, na confidential matter. Don't tell anybody outside. Now between me and you. Now listen. As I say before, it happen to all of us every day. We Africans all over the world. Now listen. Every day my people they inside bus. Every day my people they inside bus. 49 sitting, 99 standing. Them go pack themselves in like sanding. Them they faint, them they wake like cock. Them go reach house water no day. Them go reach bed power no day. Them go reach road go slow go come. Them go reach road police go slap. Them go reach road army go whip. Them go look pocket money no day. Them go reach work query ready. Every day na the same thing. 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 Suffer, suffer for one, enjoy for heaven. Christians go they yap, in spiritual heaviness. Muslims go they call Allahu Akbar. Suffer, suffer for one, enjoy for heaven. Christians go they yap, in spiritual heaviness. Muslims go they call Allahu Akbar. How many you go make? Many, 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 many you
Omo them go show him face for crime fighter. Rich man with his money, omo we now they see their face for crime fighter. Tell me something I don't know why. Rich man go they yalla kuya, one man go they shout. Rich man go they yalla kuya, one man go they shout. They gonna lead us well. Don't let this nation to fall inside well. Mr. President,
Lead us well.
if you be governor,
Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well.
if you be police,
Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well. Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well.
if you be police,
Police well. Now they take bribe.
well you know day, brother transportation no day, and our road is not good oh. What about the NEPA people oh, no get light. Everybody just say Allah, well now they know how we want survive. Many youth ready for work, but as work not they know how we want survive. We will be giant of Africa, but to get visa enter Ghana now why yet? My God, policeman go see white, he go tell you say I say that thing na red. Tell me something I do to make on and lead us well. Don't let this nation to fall inside well. Mr. President,
Lead us well.
if you be governor,
Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well. Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well. Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well. Police well. Now they take
I
bribe.
like the way people can kiss say the name of the party. People destroy people now the name of the party. Election for my country now party. Wayo, arranging on me. People wait for them things till they live in pain. This not disgrace, I am so ashamed. Don't collect shop permit, collect trading permit, radio permit. You see the bunch up, you want tell me say you don't know when them pay. Why you they make us they live in pain? Make on and lead us well. No let this nation to fall inside well. Mr. President,
Lead us well.
if you be governor,
Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well.
police,
Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well. Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well. Police well. Now they take bribe.
I'm a nothing they pan. Anything we pan and wish. I make put the summer no lele. Thank you. Food in a day, brother, water no day. And our country no good oh. Every day 41 day for whole night. One man wait it, my girl, man, them go show him face for grand fighter. Rich man wait it, money, man, we know they see their face for grand fighter. Tell me something I don't know why. Rich man go they ala kuya, one man go they shine. Rich man go they ala kuya, one man go they shine. They gonna lead us well. Don't let this nation to fall inside well. Mr. President,
Lead us well.
if you be governor,
Govern us well.
if you be senator,
Anytime well.
if you be police,
Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well. Govern us well.
my God,
Anytime well.
lead us well.
Police well. Now they take bribe.
Well, you know the brother transportation no day, and our road is not good oh. What about the NEPA people oh? No get light. Everybody just say Allah. Well, no day now how we want survive. My God, many youth ready for work, but as work not day now how they want survive. We be giant of Africa, but to get visa enter Ghana now why yet? My God, policeman go see white, he go tell you say I say that thing na red. Tell me something I don't know, make on and lead us well. Don't let this nation to fall inside well. Mr. President, lead us well. If you be governor, govern us well. If you be senator,
Anytime well.
if you be police,
Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well. Govern us well.
my God,
Anytime well.
lead us well.
Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well. Govern us well. Anytime well.
Lead us well.
Police well. Now they take bribe. Lead us well.
Lead us well.
Govern us well.
Now they take time.
Anytime well.
You are only permitted when there is reason to investigate.
I will never follow you to that station.
Not that you just stop people on the road and say, come, excuse me, you look like somebody, can I see your phone? That is wrong. And we have been clamoring, we have been working on that with our men.
I will never follow you to that station.
Choose me where you at.
I will never follow you.
Mr. Officer, why ya walk and guitar? Looking down on me like say tomorrow me no fit turn minister. Harassment left and right for afternoon, you ask your inner light. Why you treat me like say I know no constitution, like say I no get rights? I know I got to respect you, your job is tough, respect too. But I don't feel let you rub me up and down, Nick just met you. You say now stop and search. It's okay if you have your warrant, but if you don't have it and you still search me, your heart is blacker than current. Okay, back to the matter. Make we no vex scatter. If I don't do anything wrong, me no they go anywhere, officer.
I will never follow you to that station. I will never follow you to that station. I will never follow you to that station.
What I want you to know is that phone is private. It's like you just meet someone on the road and you said, oh, can you pull off your trouser because I want to search your boxer. That's how I feel someone searching someone's phone, because it is my private property.
Mr. Officer, let's talk like men. You say you want check inside my phone, we both know it's wrong. Let's not pretend. Let's not pretend, cause we know the truth. Things are hard, our eyes they shook. People they withdraw their children from school, them no get money to buy book. Everybody eye they read. This my neighbor do birthday with bread. My other neighbor look the other way when he catching landlord with his wife for bed. What can man do except put muscle for hustle? Stopping me for road like this for nothing is looking for trouble. Okay, back to the matter. Make we no vex scatter. If I don't do anything wrong, me no they go anywhere, officer.
I'm a very hardworking businesswoman. You don't think if I have a new phone, I have a car, that means I'm a young girl. I am not an asshole. I'm a hardworking woman.
You know, people do a lot of stuff on phone. Some have the statement of account on their phone and then you want to pull it open. It's wrong. The police officers have no right to do that. Except there is a reasonable ground. Maybe they have reason to suspect you. Maybe a crime has just been committed. And then someone gave them an information and said, I think the lady going called those boys. The AIG has directed the ones in Lagos and Ogun State to stop demanding for renewal of tinted permit. No policeman should arrest anyone because of tinted permit. So if any policeman is asking you or demanding for renewal, it's wrong.
Software developer, that doesn't make me a Yahoo boy.
I look good, doesn't mean I'm a prostitute.
I have to be protected by the police, okay? Not molested or brutalized.
Why do we feel the need to protect ourselves from our police officers? Why do they feed off the fear instead of basking in the aura of our respect for their professionalism?
Hello, my name is Sound Sultan. And on the guitar is White Peak, on the keyboard AY, and my song is Motherland. Motherland, Ajodabile. People call it different names, but yeah, I christened it Motherland. A certain friend of ours who grew up in the area where I grew up, and he traveled out, lived a good life outside of the shores of Nigeria. Then he was deported, and when he got deported, he hung himself. So that kind of taught me a lot of lessons about never giving up one, and then never looking down on yourself. And then area na area, you come back area, you can't hang yourself, say you come back area. So for me, I wrote that song. I put pen to paper because of my neighbor, my guy that hung himself on Easter Sunday. My name is Sound Sultan, and this is my Indani session. Enjoy them.
Ajudabile, no matter where you go, make you not forget area, Nananja, Tio de Batile Wale, how I wish, say, I fit to reach you anywhere you did. You did far away. That's one no say make you the bone area. Madalandio, Chine do somebody borrow you go. Make you take travel go Chicago. Remember I'm the selling car, so you go America. All these people every day racing, still they stay. For face me and face you. Promise say you not go fashy them. Say every other month you gonna tashy them, yo. Hillary, where you been promised to marry. They went so boy she done tarry. But she see you now inside ovation. You marry Oyibo from another nation. You smuggle my go get dough. Oyibo wife don't know. Next thing you know, she don't go report you. What do you know? Ajodabile. No matter where you go, make you not forget area. Nananja, Tio de Batile Wale, how I wish, say, I fit to reach you anywhere you did. You did. Far away, that one no say make you the bone area. Motherland, yo. You been saying now 1 year, it can turn to 2 years. You don't go for 7 years, but you deserve 11 years. If one your papa cry, plus the tears your mother cry, buy you for Chicago. Then they miss you for Coco, Biadu for Canada. Your mama still they wonder. Igba wolo to mapada oh. Remember for Nigeria you get yawo. Ajodabile. No matter where you go, make you not forget area. Nananja, Tio de Batile Wale. I prefer to live like a lion in the jungle than to stay like a dog in the city. I prefer to live like a lion in the jungle than to stay like a dog in the city. I prefer to live like a lion in the jungle than stay like a dog in the city. I prefer to live like a lion in the jungle. I prefer to live like a lion in the jungle than to stay like a dog in the city. I prefer to live like a lion in the jungle than to stay like a dog in the city, yeah.
We gotta hear some reality right here. Turn up my microphone. Shit. Russ, I better turn my microphone on. Shit. It's time to hear some reality. 204. Abdul Kameen. What up?
Nigeria, jaga, jaga. Everything scatter, scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air. Nigeria, jaga, jaga. Everything scatter, scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air. I'm I came to your house. You know, take money to make your wife. Went straight up to your bedside. Bossa, say fake now, you're down. Which I'm robber, no one money. Which I'm robber, no one Johnny. Now political, I'm robber with that. Now waiting the girl, Nigeria ho. Nigeria jaga jaga.
The areas destroyed during the January 27, 2002 bomb blast.
Gunshot in the air. Nigeria jaga jaga. Everything scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air. If you say Kiyamo Bia, they lock him for jail for Abuja. Kingsley has been himself day for day. Had they been there, now they beat all of them. Yeah, but inside prison. Everything's scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air, what you say? Nigeria jaga. Everything's scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air. Nigeria jaga. Everything's scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air. Africa, please love your land. Africa is no more the land. We did grow. Hey, there's still that one. We did grow. There's still bad one. What about Koja now? Once you go, Waja, Nepa, once you get Ebola. 419 for Nigeria, I get to Ikeja, now 100 naira. West Coast City now popular. Action film for Nigeria. This is what y'all still do now. We did lead big right. Buy estate for Calabar. That Nalaberia Mafia. For Nigeria. Everything's jaga. Oh, jaga. Woman, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air, what ya say? Nigeria jaga. Everything's scatter. Woman, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air. Nigeria jaga. Everything's scatter. Woman, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
Those people they are now. People with the jayo, those people they are now. They no call me Teleo, but then they can call me now. Now empty belly, now make man they feel somehow. Call it my hazard. Say how we want cash out. Say make I put it 10,000. Put it 10,000. Everybody come cash out. Thank Jehovah. Put on for my
Welcome to the program. This edition on the condition of Nigeria, in which we pose the question, is Nigeria a failing state? In trying to answer the question, we will move in various dimensions, breaking down the topic and asking a variety of related questions. I'm very grateful to the audience. Thanks for joining us. If you are new, you're welcome. If you have been coming before, we are grateful. The next person we'll be interviewing is Molefi Ashanti, and we'll be making the announcement shortly. I would like to thank our collaborators, various platforms, 7 of them who join us. This has been live streamed on 2 television stations. We thank Galaroye, we thank Africa Briefing, we thank organizations that live stream this, and we thank all of you. The guest for today is Dr. Obadiah Mailafia. Mailafia means a man of peace and is a very well-trained, very multidisciplinary scholar with knowledge and degrees in economics, political science, public administration, and international relations. He's worked in policies, chief economist, African Development Bank. He worked with the Central Bank of Nigeria. He worked in the Chief of Cabinet, African Caribbean Pacific Group of States in Brussels. He's been able to coordinate so many international intergovernmental organizations, and he's been on the management of various institutions. He began his career in Oxford, and he went to teach. And one of the our guests who is interviewing him today, Ms. Bamidele, used to be his student when he was doing his National Youth Service years ago. Thank you, Dr. Obadiah Mailafia.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me
to this program. To start off this conversation is Ms. Bamidele Ademola Olateju, who is on the board of Premium Times, a weekly contributor. His commitment to the nation is very well known. She's written on a wide range of topics, from how to take care of the elderly, to the diaspora, to a variety of events in the country. She's a creative writer, an author, a farmer, digital strategist, trend analyst, and she's very versatile in the areas of technical communications. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Bamidele Ademola Olateju. Please pose your first question.
Thank you, Professor Falola, for the good job you are doing. I don't know where you get the energy to write, research, and do these high-profile interventions from. I wish you more strength and many more years of service, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to be on your platform, interviewing great guests for the second time. And thank you, Dr. Mailafia, for obliging us and for being a great inspiration and influence in my life. Now to the questions. First, why do you consider Nigeria a failing state? And while many people will characterize it as a failed state altogether.
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you very much to Professor Toyin Falola and the team. And without a doubt, Professor Falola is the Dean of African history and former president of the African Studies Association for North America. That's a very enormous achievement that you only associate with giants of world social science. So we salute you, sir, and long may you continue to do the great work that you're doing. And I have friends here. Bamidele, I think you were in Form 3 when I was teaching in Akoko Anglican Grammar School, Ikare, Arigidi Akoko, not Ikare. And it sounds like yesterday, and you've done extremely well for yourself, you know. Well done, well done. You know, there's nothing that pleases a teacher more than to see the student bloom and flower like you have. And well done. I'm so proud of you. And I also have friends here, Professor Oke and you know, Dr. Lasisi, wonderful people. I'm very honored to be here, and I'm a bit intimidated by the people who have who have gone before me, preceded me in doing this conversation. So first of all, your question. Well, the thing is, that word failed state, that phrase is not even agreed by all social scientists. You know, it is essentially seen by some as a Western invention, similar to what obtained in 19th century international law, the concept of the standard of civilization, that there were civilized and uncivilized people, and the civilized were entitled to conquer the uncivilized. And of course, they never really defined clearly what they meant by the standard of civilization. But it was a very profound, you know, principle in the law of nations, right from the time of Hugo Grotius to Emery de Vatel and up to the early 20th century. Even the League of Nations, the concept of trusteeship was anchored on the idea that some cultures or nations were like children that needed to be, you know, mothered into the standard of civilization. But there are certain agreed elements that, number one, there's a prolonged period of violence in which the state no longer enjoys monopoly of the use and deployment of legitimate force. This is the classic definition of the state as defined by the German sociologist and jurist Max Weber. So, and then you have collapsed institutions, a collapsed economy, and you know, widespread poverty, and then, you know, violence here, terrorists here, insurgents there, in which the state apparently has lost control. And then another key factor is that the state is no longer able to deliver those public goods that are expected of a state. Protection of human rights, protection of civil liberties, the rule of law, administration of justice in a fair and effective and timely manner, in which the security agencies become a government within a government. We saw it clearly in the Hush Puppy saga, where, you know, an officer can constitute a law unto himself or herself. You know, so these are all the elements of a failed state. I chose to use the phrase failing state, even though people like John Campbell, former American ambassador to Nigeria, and Robert Rothberg, a very distinguished political scientist, former president of Northwestern, they don't come any bigger than that, and a Harvard professor as well. You know, they wrote an article in April in which they declared Nigeria and designated Nigeria as a completely failed state. There is still a residual nationalism in me. So I prefer to use the term failing state to be slightly optimistic, because at the end of the day, there is no algebraic formula to determine which state is completely failed and which state is not. The completely failed states at one point included Afghanistan, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Yemen, but unfortunately, Nigeria is quickly entering those league of failed states, and unfortunately. So really, this is where we are. And interestingly enough, there's an Oxford professor by the name of Oliveira who came up with the idea of successful failed states. That's another catchphrase. So you have fragile states, you have collapsed states, you have failed states, and then you have successful failed states. And some people will say, like, Nigeria is actually a successful failed state, in the sense that the whole country is going down, literally, but you still have pockets of prosperity and competence. The international oil companies operate in Nigeria. They recruit the best. They're world class. Central Bank of Nigeria at the time was a center of excellence, regardless of the rest of the country. Things worked there. The work ethic was very strong. The patriotism was very strong. And I have friends in Lagos who are doing extremely well. They are living in a world of their own. They don't want to know what's happening in the rest of the country. They are living in Lekki, in luxury apartments. They are very comfortable. Around this time, they are in the boat club, and enjoying themselves. They cruise, with their friends, and then they have barbecues. They don't want to know what the hoi polloi are doing, and they don't want, it's none of their business. But that is a little bit like the idiot of Plateau, who doesn't see evil, wants to hear no evil, and he believes that everything is okay. But then, of course, nothing is really okay in Nigeria. At the trajectory we are going, it's going to be a massive implosion, God forbid. So this is why I think we are on the wrong trajectory, and we are failing in so many profound areas. And if care is not taken, we would become indeed a completely collapsed, failed state. And I say so because, well, for a state to completely fail, there are certain tests. You go to the airport, the airport is full of cows. No more planes landing. The place has been taken over by cows or anything, or goats, whatever. And then you take your bank card, and then there's absolutely no money because the banks are closed down. They are not opening at all. And there's no security everywhere. Everybody is running, everybody's hiding. Now, it is so easy for a country to transition from where we are now, where most Nigerians are despairing about the future. They don't know where tomorrow is taking us. And that is the most dangerous thing for a country of 210 million people to be, as it were, groping in the dark like a ship without compass, without a captain in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It can continue sailing for 100 years, but it will go absolutely nowhere. That's where we are.
Thank you. We are going to get very educated today. I would like to ask you, Dr. Mailafia, will Nigeria survive as one corporate entity, and does it even deserve to survive? What's your opinion?
Well, thank you, Bamidele. We have, I think, two questions here. Will Nigeria survive? I'm afraid at current trajectory, it's unlikely. My answer therefore would have to be no. Why do I say that? I'm not a prophet, even though Obadiah was a minor Old Testament prophet, quite a powerful one, I'm told. He was always prophesying nasty things against Edomites. But I'm not that kind of cynical. I'm not a prophet, and I'm not a very cynical person by nature. I tend to be optimistic. But I gave a lecture at the University of Ibadan 2 years ago. I gave a public lecture at the university. And I asked students to just imagine with me. It was a public lecture, Vice Chancellor, everybody was there. And I said, it was the title was Global Megatrends. It was the Sustainable Annual Development Lecture of the University of Ibadan. And I asked them, if you look at all the key trends that we have in this country, demographics, by the year 2050, our population is projected to be 410 million. Demographers tell us that our population doubles every 30 years. So in 1960, when we had independence, it was about 56 going to 57. 30 years later, 1990, our population was 100 million. 30 years ago. Now, by last year, another 30 years from 1990, our population is now 210 million. It was about 6 million last year, this year, 210 million. So add another 30 years, our population would double. So I asked the students, I said, look, let's just try systems modeling. If you were to put all these parameters into a system processing unit, wild demographics, collapsing institutions, diminishing social services and infrastructures. Even now, 50% of our people can't have access to electricity at all. And those who do have blackouts very frequently. And you look at that, lack of housing, collapsing education institutions, no adequate health facilities, infrastructures are decaying, and then grand corruption. Put all these things into your model and do some input-output analysis at current trajectories. And we are continuing at the same pace of low development, poor governance, weak infrastructures. And then on top of it, you have climate change, because the desert is encroaching at the rate of almost 10 kilometers per year. Almost the new map of Nigeria shows virtually all the northern countries have now become part of the Sahel. And in fact, in terms of Lake Chad, we are now minor owners, because the Lake Chad has shrunk to our neighboring countries. They now have 2/3. We have only 1/3. Before, it was the opposite. So if we're to put all these things into some sort of input-output table, and with a government that doesn't have capacity, and leadership traditions that are corrupt, backward, and incompetent, what do you get? The system simply will collapse. Anybody will tell you that. So it's not me saying that Nigeria would collapse. By any scientific analysis, any serious analysis of trends and path dependence, Nigeria could not possibly survive. It would be a miracle. Now, do I want Nigeria to collapse? Of course not. I don't want Nigeria to collapse. I love Nigeria, I'm not going to lie to you. But if we continue on the same path we are taking, we're treating, there's no doubt at all in my mind that this country cannot survive. God has been very gracious. We've reached critical junctures, and somehow by miracle, we managed to retreat. But you see, we cannot continue to tempt fate. Does Nigeria deserve to survive? Again, my answer is absolutely no. If you look at the things we've done in this country, the crimes against humanity, right from the 60s. My father was an evangelist, a missionary. I know how much my late father, bless his soul, how much they did to protect Igbo families. at the risk of they were going to kill all of us, kill them. And he had to remember to this day that it was at midnight. I was just a kid, but I had never seen such fear in the hearts, in the faces of grown men and women. So it was at the thick of midnight that this whole family is not over a dozen of them, but to lead them into the bush paths, into the savannah. And we never heard of them again because they were hunting Igbos like wild game and killing them and slaughtering them and dashing their babies against railway tracks. We lost about 3 million people in the Civil War. Almost every year, in and out, there's one religious killing or ethnic cleansing here. And the bloodletting in this country is too much. Our African ancestors used to say that when you shed the blood of an innocent person, it is a curse on the land. And sooner or later, the curses will manifest. This land is filled with the blood of holy martyrs from all over the country, Muslims, Christians, Igbo, Yoruba, Middle Belt, everybody. We've all been victims in one way or the other. And with the crimes that have been committed in this country, the country doesn't deserve to survive, not at all. But we are believers, and there is such a thing as grace and redemption. Christian theology teaches that human beings don't deserve to be saved because we are sinful people. And yet somehow, the Almighty decided to make an arrangement to accommodate our infirmities and to provide a path for grace and for redemption. And because there is grace and there's possibility of redemption, my plea to heaven is that please forgive Nigeria for her crimes and give us just another chance. So much as I believe we don't deserve to survive, I still believe that there's such a thing as grace and redemption. And we might have a chance unless we don't continue tempting fate, because we are reaching a point of no return. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have 5 questions here. I hope you'll be able to, I will have the time to ask all of them because they are all important.
Yes.
I would like to ask you, why is the Naira falling so precipitously? And what can we do to bolster it?
Well, thank you again, Bamidele. You know that in 1960, long before you were born,
yeah,
the Naira, the British, the Nigerian pound was £1 to about $61. Then up to 1970, it was like £1 to about 67, 68. That is cents, huh? 0.68. I don't mean naira, I mean dollars. 0. That is, it was 0.68 cents, which was not up to our naira. Our pound was far stronger, almost double the dollar. And then when in 1973, as you know, there was a changeover from pound to naira. And even at that rate, we went back to about 61 to the dollar, 61 cents to the Nigerian naira. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was the one that was Minister of Finance at the time, and he was de facto number 2. And Gowon trusted him very, very much, and he gave him the leeway. He was an extraordinary manager of people and resources. And he even invented the name Naira for the currency. And so we had a very strong Naira. And even up to 75, the Naira was still very strong. It was about 69 or 67 cents to the naira. The changing point came around 1985, when you had the military administration of General Babangida that came to power. He ushered in structural adjustment programs, which I think were very misguided. A lot of the Nigerian intelligentsia believed that. You know, people like Professor Adebayo Adedeji, they wrote so much, so profusely about this issue. And I remember, you know, in graduate school, if you quoted him, you will actually, they will make sure you don't have your degree in Europe. Wow. They hated him so much. He was never invited to anything important. And yet this guy was an exceptional gentleman. He was a fantastic man, a great technocrat, a great intellectual. They humiliated him. And it turns out that he was 110% right. He argued that this thing was going to deindustrialize the country. It would take the country backward by 50 years. And, you know, it's exactly what happened. And then, of course, they devalued the currency. And by 86, 87, Naira was 22 Naira to $1. Then after, during the Shagari period, further challenges eroded the value of the Naira. And of course, by the time of 2014, 2015, it was about 160 when Goodluck handed over. Today, Naira is over 500 Naira to the dollar. I wouldn't want to make predictions because it's not good karma. We are all scientists and intellectuals, but sometimes there are certain things, you know, you just want to observe. I don't want to predict, to badmouth the Naira. But if we are pursuing the wrong policies, it could get drastically worse. Why is that happening? Many things. High inflation, you know, it's a tax on the poor. It undermines the value of your currency. And then the current account balance, if you have a current account deficit, that is to say, you are importing more than you are exporting, you know, so there's a deficit in the balance of trade, you know, in the current account balance. You may have to dip into your reserves. And economic actors watch this very closely, and they could decide at some point, look, these guys are just bluffing. They wouldn't have the money to finance all that. And of course, they're going to discount, you know, the standing of the country. Fitch, Standard & Poor's, all the ratings agencies, that's their business. That's their bread and butter. Now, and then you have misguided policies. I don't like breathing down the neck of my colleagues in CBN. They are doing a tough job under sometimes difficult conditions. But you see, the truth of the matter is that the value of a currency is also dependent on whether or not people have faith, they have confidence in those who are managing the system. If they feel that these guys don't know what they're doing, you know, it tends to affect the value seriously, because people are buying and selling currency and they will offload your currency. That's straightforward. Another element is also dollarization of the economy. There's a CBN directive that all invoicing must be done in Naira. That is the instruction, except the oil companies, because of the Kissinger. Oil is traded in dollars. But apart from that, you know, but unfortunately, this thing is being observed only in the breach. If you go to highbrow real estate in Lekki and other places, the biggest landlords are invoicing Nigerians in dollars, not in Naira. And if you go to some of these top schools, the school fees are invoiced to Nigerian parents in dollars, not in Naira, which is a violation of, you know, standing regulation, but they still do it. And I'll tell you a secret. The big men in Nigeria, the top politicians, most of the time they don't even see Naira. It's only dollars they use. Oh yes, they practically don't use Naira. They use dollars. And because of EFCC and so on, most of the time, they don't even keep it in the banking system. They have other ways of storing it, you know. So, and when the Naira falls, in fact, they're happy because they've accumulated huge fortunes in dollars. And, you know, so that increases their purchasing power locally. So they have no vested interest in saving the Naira. That is a very sad aspect. So, and there's things like speculation, economic recession, the weakness of the currency, and then above all, even leadership. We really don't have a development strategy in this country. And we have what they call an economic team, but it's not really an economic team. And then the central bank, I believe, has been captured by vested interests, both in the political world and in the private sector, that the CBN has become a victim of political capture, and it is pandering to other interests rather than the common good. And then what is worse, they are even leaving their core mandate: price stability, the integrity of the currency, payment systems, management of external reserves, financial system stability, and the law, growth, employment. They are now becoming almost like a development agency. Nothing wrong with that if you know what you're doing. There is proper accountability for it. Sadly, there is no such thing. They've structured trillions, if not billions, trillions of Naira of so-called intervention funds. As far as I know, I've never seen a single document evaluating all these interventions. So we are in no position to know whether the remedy is not more costly than the disease, than the malady that they are seeking to cure. So really, that's where we are. When you look at all this thing together with insecurity, geopolitical tension, rumors of war here, insecurity everywhere, and a lack of purpose, a lack of direction. People are getting scared, and I can tell you the biggest elites are already looking to move. For some of them have sent their families, they're just waiting with their bags and air tickets. In case they hear boom, they're on the next flight. Even Dangote, Africa's richest man, he announced not too long ago that he's going to shift 60% of his assets offshore to the United States. In fact, he has set up a building already, a tower block in Manhattan for that purpose. And his reason is that exchange risk has made it difficult for him to sustain the value of his assets. At one time it was even 25 billion. He's lost a lot of money. Today it's about 17 billion. So he's down to his last 17 billion. Poor chap. So all these factors, investors are asking, if you yourself don't have trust and confidence in your economy and you're running away, why should we as foreigners come in and invest? So these are some of the issues, and the best investments are coming in areas that have high capital intensive rather than labor intensive, like telecoms, oil, and the rest of it. So Bamidele, this is really the story of the Naira, and there's no plan for the Naira. At one stage, you could in Liverpool Street in London, you could purchase electronics and other equipment actually using Naira. Our Muslim brothers tell us that in Saudi Arabia, in Mecca and Medina, you could actually use Naira to purchase goods. That is how strong the Naira was. But today, not even Benin Republic, they want to touch the Naira with a bashful. So how are the mighty fallen? This is really our situation currently.
Please,
wow. Thank you.
Let me give you the opportunity to ask your last question, please. Your last.
Oh. Okay, I have to choose. Wow. Thank you for the profound answers. Sir, you earned your MPhil from École Nationale d'Administration and DPhil, Doctor of Philosophy from Oriel College, University of Oxford, as a foreign and Commonwealth Office scholar. Well, President Charles de Gaulle, as you know, established École Nationale d'Administration in 1945 with the aim to rebuild a modern French state from the wreckage of the Second World War. Oxford and ENA are world-renowned for their intellectual rigor and meritocracy. I know we have problems with mediocrity in our country. Do we need an intervention like these top schools, a school for thinkers, and the meritocratic elite whose admission is only reserved for the top 100 in a given year? How can we take meritocracy serious in Nigeria and make it count?
Bon, merci beaucoup pour votre question. Thank you for your question. Yes, very interesting question. First of all, let me say that, we were not that bad. When I was, after leaving Youth Corps and going back to ABU briefly, I joined the National Institute for Strategic Studies. And Chief Simeon Adebo was the chairman of board. And each time he came, we youngsters were always struggling who would go and hold his bag for him, because we wanted the anointing to just rub off. Just carrying his bag. I wouldn't want somebody to even touch my hand again for some time. That is how much we revered him. And truly, these people were extraordinary. He was the head of service for the Western region. And then he became executive secretary of the UN Center for Institute for Training and Research, with the rank of Undersecretary General. Fantastic man, fantastic man. He was one of the greatest civil servants this country has ever produced. And there were people like Ali Akilu, Jerome Udoji, and even Ahmed Joda, who died just this week, who died last week. And even Mahmoud Atta, when Gowon became head of state at the age of 31, Mahmoud Atta was head of service, secretary of government. So in his first press conference, Gowon stood with the secretary of government and was addressing the world press. He said, spoke about his policy, why they took power, and what they hope to do, to reassure the international community. And then he said, I have with me here my secretary. So Mahmoud Atta collected the phone from the head of state and corrected him, sir, I am not your secretary. I am the secretary to the federal government of Nigeria. Try doing that even in a democracy today. But that is how powerful there were. People like Philip Asiodu. They were as best as anybody in the world. World class. In fact, one top economist, Wolfgang Stolper, he was among the architects of the first development plan of Nigeria. So he spent several years in Nigeria. He wrote in his autobiography, which was just published a few years ago, that the Nigerian civil service was one of the best in the whole of the Commonwealth. In fact, it could compete with Australia, Canada, and it was ahead of India, ahead of Singapore, ahead of Malaysia in terms of the standard of the civil service. This was also at a time when the royal family of Saudi Arabia used to go to UCH Ibadan for medical checkup, for medical treatment. So Nigeria, UCH was their Germany and their India today at that time, Saudi Arabia. So something went wrong. Today, you will notice that they say many of the permanent secretaries that passed the civil service exam for permanent secretary, most of them are former directors of finance. I know the reason. Allegedly, they are the only ones who could pay for the job. So people are now paying to get permanent secretary. It's God forbid. You could never have heard of that in those days. Well, de Gaulle at the end of World War II needed to reconstruct France. He needed to found a new country with a new ethos. And he realized that with all the noises that politicians make, all the promises they make, If they don't have a bureaucratic machinery that can deliver, it will not work. I mean, all these plans will come to nothing. So he created École Nationale d'Administration as a top league institution for the training of the technocratic elites of France. So, and you know, I went to the international wing of which was called the Institut International d'Administration Publique, which has been merged with ENA. So Senghor, former president of France, was also a lecturer there, of course, of Senegal, long before my time. And Macron is an old student, and they normally send them for internships. I was sent to Canada to work at the French embassy. Macron was sent long after me. He was sent actually to the French embassy in Abuja. And weekend, we are told he used to fly to Kifela's shrine. Don't tell me what he was doing there, but hey, it didn't stop him becoming president of France. So it's a great institution, very rigorous, very professional, with very high standards. And they have one mission, la France, la gloire et le rayonnement de la France, that is the glory and the radiance of France. And they are so selfless, so committed, and it's tenured. In fact, you can go into politics, if you don't succeed, you come back to your job. Nobody can take it away from you. It's tenured like professors, because they are technical experts and they are very, very good at their job. So we can learn from them. We can pick what is useful in that model and apply it to Nigeria. You know, I think, why not? So thank you so much for your questions. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The session has gone on well. Twice I felt like crying. The next person to interview you, sir, is Dr. Lasisi Olagunju. At the moment, is the editor, Saturday Tribune, very well known in the media world. We went to the same school, although I left before I got there. He went to Ife, where I made a first class Bachelor of Arts in English Studies. Then he went to my city, University of Ibadan there, where he collected both his master's and PhD in communication arts and political communication. He's won so many awards. And for between 2003 and 2008, he was special advisor media to the Osun State governor. So he's done both. He's done teaching, he's done policy, he's done media, and he's done public service. Please welcome Dr. Lasisi Olagunju. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And good evening, everybody in the house.
Good evening.
Dr. Mailafia, good evening, sir.
Good evening. You are my boss, Lasisi. You know, you are my editor. You are my chief. And I'm a columnist with Tribune. So he's my boss. And I should be asking you questions, Lasisi. You know, not you asking me. But thank you. Heck, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Your part of the country, the North, is in turmoil. Terrorism, kidnapping, banditry, murder. I mean, everything that will make a country bad is there. And amidst all this, there is the fear that the North is actually exporting all these bad things into other parts of the country. What, in your opinion, sir, you say is the solution to this problem?
Well, Dr. Lasisi, you are very right. The North has been in crisis for more than 10 years, mainly arising from Boko Haram, that started like a group of thugs. Then it is a known fact, it's not me saying that, some of the local political elites were hobnobbing with them. They were even paying them, you know. They could hire them as thugs. And then Muhammad Yusuf was killed, unfortunately, in the hands of the police. The army had captured him and then released him to the police. And, you know, eventually he died. And of course, that radicalized Boko Haram, and they became this global Frankenstein monster. And then the fall of Gaddafi, lots of weapons infiltrated downwards with adventurers, drug barons, drug cartels, literally creating air landing pads in the Sahara, carrying weapons, carrying drugs. And then these things have gone down south with now new groups like ISWAP and the rest of them. And, you know, in 1999-2000, the North, starting with Zamfara, declared Sharia. And Obasanjo, President Olusegun Obasanjo, said that the whole thing will peter out, that this is political Sharia. And in fact, in a sense, it was political Sharia. He was right about naming the phenomenon, but he was not right that it will peter out. And the guy that started it, he doesn't even stay in his home state. He's always coming down to Abuja, to Jos, wherever there are parties, in Lagos, wherever there are, you know, parties, he's there. He was a party guy. And then went away to Egypt to pay the family to marry was it a 14-year-old girl or something like that. So much for Sharia. But again, majority of Northerners with money don't stay in the North. They don't invest in the North. They move their money. Look at Dangote. Most of his businesses are in Middle Belt and in Lagos. So if you are serious about doing business, you don't stay in the North. I went to Maiduguri a few years ago. The former governor invited me to actually come and address his retreat of his entire cabinet. You know, and I was there for a week. And going to there, the plane was almost empty, but coming back, the plane was overfull. So it's always a one-way traffic. People are leaving. And so the North, you know, more than 10 million people out of school. They have about 7 million almajiri. These are young kids covered in dirt and flies with begging bowls all over the country. Sadly, the elites don't send their children to become almajiri. It is always the children of the poor. I lived in the Arab world. I lived in Tunisia. Supervised projects in Egypt, Algeria, Mauritania. You know, you don't see almajiri. There are no almajiris anywhere. It is a Nigerian disease. And it is a weapon to be used by the elites whenever they need to kill people in their ritual bloodbaths. It is this almajiris that they use. It's a mobile army. And so the North today is backward. And they have a very serious problem in places like Kano. Kano probably has the highest rate of divorce in the country. That's number one. Some of the highest levels of drug addiction among young people. And then they also have this problem of vesico-vaginal fistula affecting young women who are either raped or forced into early marriage, and their bowels are completely condemned. And then, of course, their husbands throw them out and go and marry another one. It's a pity. If you visit the world in Kano, it is a humanitarian, it is an abuse of humanity. I'll put it that way. So the North today is very backward. The leaders refuse to face reality, and they think they can solve it by pulling the rest of the country down to their own level. For example, in WAEC and you know, the entry to NECO and all those jams, that the cutoff point for the North is totally different from if you are from Oyo or if you are from Anambra and so on. This is the most dangerous nonsense I've ever heard in my life. Because every country needs a gold standard. Think of the French with their baccalaureate. In fact, the former French minister of education in the 19th century, he boasted that he could look at his watch any day of the week, and he knows what is being taught in the classrooms of France. Whether abroad or not, the syllabus is the same, the standard is the same, and you can't change it. This is France. Or the German Abitur. The Abitur is the final, that one decides everything. There's no hanky-panky about it. Same thing with the United States SAT. You can't say the SAT cutoff point for Alabama should be far lower than that of California because California is a richer state. What nonsense is that? When you are doing that, you are diluting the system. And in fact, you are even breaking the self-esteem of those young people. The best solution would have been say, okay, if we have this problem, let's create additional schools of training some of these young people and bringing them up to par with their counterparts in the rest of the country. That's the civilized way to do it. Unfortunately, that is not being done. And then you have today a government anchored on nepotism and exclusion. And unfortunately, today, the North is the poorest part of the country. The incidence poverty globally, on average, is about 45% nationally. But in the far north, Zamfara, Kebbi, Yobe, Maiduguri, it is almost like 80% of poor people, internationally destitute people, as internationally defined. So the North is in a complete mess. But they are the last to know, they are the last to accept that they have a problem. And ignorance is very dangerous. Those who say that Western education is bad, they don't even know the history of Islam. Some of us can teach them Islam. Samarkand, Baghdad, Fez, they were the Oxford and Cambridge and Yale and Texas of the medieval world. They were far more ahead than Europe. Algebra was invented by a Muslim scholar called Al-Jabr. There were great scholars and scientists like Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, and the rest of them. If you look, even when the Muslims settled in Spain, in Cordoba, in Alhambra, they brought even the knowledge of philosophy back to Europeans. They were in the Dark Ages. So how can you say Western education is haram? Do you know even what you are talking about? The Quran says, go even far beyond China to seek knowledge. And if it is true Western education is bad, how come UAE, Dubai, they are trying to go to the moon? They are moving on, So we have a peculiar disease in northern Nigeria, perpetrated by elites that are very bankrupt, that are very jaundiced, and they hate Nigeria. They want nothing but the worst for our country. That is what I'm beginning to see, because with all these killings, they're not talking. And when you open your mouth small, they say, hey, who told you to say that? Who told you to say that? What are you talking about? And they're killing, they're slaughtering people left, right, and center in their very eyes. It is the most wicked thing I can think of. And I don't know the purpose of education if you cannot call evil by its name. So, as you see, that's where we are. But I speak with compassion because the North is the most deprived part of the country, and we must always treat it with compassion. We must seek common ground and reason together about the best way to go forward. A new administration, if it comes to power in 2023, must look at the peculiar situation of the North and address it objectively and fairly. We need peace. We need to build a foundation of social harmony, reconcile grieving parties, Send these children back to school. Invest in teachers. If there are unemployed youths from the rest of the country, please go to Yobe, recruit them to Yobe, Katsina. Let them teach from morning till night. Pay them well so that we can bring these young people to scratch. Because in a federal system, you gain nothing by one part being depressed and the other part being prosperous. It leads to disequilibria, which is not what we want. So thank you, Lasisi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The federal of the radical integration of those is called repentant Boko Haram terrorists. A lot of people are not comfortable with this. Can we know your opinion on this program, sir?
Well, they call them repentant terrorists. This is very dangerous. There is no country in the world where terrorists have quote unquote repented. You put them through 2 weeks of de-radicalization, and then you integrate them into the armed forces of the country. No wonder if they are going for an operation, somebody already informs them ahead. They know when they are coming, where they are, and they just ambush them and kill them. It is a very bad policy. I'm not saying that at the end of the day, we're not going to look at those issues. Those issues we looked at. We need to dialogue with them. Those that repent, rehabilitate them, find something for them to do. But certainly, not the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. No criminal should be there, no terrorist should be there whatsoever. Find other ways of rehabilitating them. And again, what is also very painful is, where is there more interest in rehabilitating the terrorists rather than their victims? Or at the minimum, it should be balanced. But today, nothing is said at all about the victims, broken families, fractured communities. Nothing is being said about them. And the concentration is on those who are able to carry guns and kill innocent women and children. I don't know how some people reason, but there it is. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. In 2019, sir, you wanted to be president of Nigeria. In fact, you came third in that election. Why did you think Nigeria deserved you, or that you deserve Nigeria?
Okay, thank you, sir. I came first, just that they stole my votes. It's just like a student, when he gets A, he tells his friends, I got an A. But if it's a C, he said, well, they gave me a C. They gave me a C. But anyway, talking seriously, I think I came a bit late in the race, and I should have prepared more. Money was in short supply because I'm happy to say that I have never defrauded anybody in the world, wherever I've worked. In my country, I have never defrauded the state or central bank or anybody. I had opportunity to save a lot of money, even where in Nigerian terms are legitimate. The bankers will call you, how much do you want? So that we know we are restructuring this bank next week. Just borrow money from us, and then in 6 months, this money will quadruple. You can just pay us a little bit and keep the rest. And I refused on principle. On principle. So, well, I don't know. It is for the Nigerian people to say. I know I tried to do my best. The campaign was very limited, but I am grateful even for what happened, for the result that I saw. So I hope next time to do better, But I'm not trying to sound religious, but I'm waiting on the good Lord. The last time I went on my own, I said, Lord, if you want me back, if you think that I can be of service to this country, then, show me the way and lead me to the elders. Because in Nigeria, I've learned that if elders don't tap on your back, you're on your own. You're on your own. So, well, we'll see what happens. But all I know is that Everybody carries an anointing, and I know the anointing I carry. It is based on love for the country, for every corner of this country. Even for the Fulanis that are committing genocide against my people, I could never victimize them, absolutely never. Because a statesman must move beyond sentiments. Why do I think I could? Yeah, I think I'm as good as any other person, and you know, you never know about people until you put them in charge of power and money. Then the true color of people comes out. But I have never been tempted by money, and I have focus. And my greatest model is the great Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He remains my model of what a leader should be. And like him, I spend days, I spend nights, sometimes sleepless nights, worrying about this country, planning what should be done in this country. So, and I don't think God will put that kind of burden in one if there is no something behind it. So please remember me in your prayers, and let's see how these things pan out. But I believe that, you know, I have what it takes to help this country. And my dream of Nigeria surpassing Germany, actually. Britain is too small, honestly. South Africa is too small. Brazil is too small for the agenda some of us are dreaming for Nigeria. Germany is the rival to beat in technology, in infrastructures, in economic prowess. This country is so blessed, and we have the talents, you know, and a leader, I have been told, is somebody who is not shy or afraid or threatened to put smarter people. I will look for all the smarter people like you, Lasisi, and Bamidele, who are smarter than me. These are the people I'll be looking for. You know, so if you're a businessman or you're a billionaire, honestly speaking, you'll be foolish to go and pick people that you are better than. Pick people that are 10 times smarter than you and give them the job and let them perform. So let's get great people and let them perform and set agendas, set targets, and you'll be surprised what Nigeria will become. And you know, and for me, don't pay peanuts. If you pay peanuts, you will get monkeys. Pay people, you know, world-class salaries, and then put targets for them. They must deliver. That's my honest belief. So to me, that's the way to go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nigeria is said to be the poverty capital of the world. It has about 15 million out of school children, and out of that figure, your North has more than 10 million. What, in your opinion, should the next president of Nigeria do to rectify this, Dr. Mailafia?
Well, you know, you keep calling me your North. Is there a North or me? Because they don't want us anymore, so we are middle there. We call ourselves middle there. And honestly speaking, we identify more with Yoruba land, with Igbo land, and with South. And the reason is very simple. There's no Yoruba man who carry a cutlass to my village to go and be killing people. There's no Indigo who went about with a stick and the AK-47 killing my people. So those who are not killing us are our brothers. We cannot be brothers with people who hate us and who are killing us. So that is the first part. You know, let's just say in 2017, Nigeria bypassed India as the world capital of poverty. If you saw the graph, you know, India was coming from a very high position. The graph was pointing down. Nigeria's graph is actually pointing up. That is to say, the rate of poor is increasing. Last year alone, the World Bank said that about 7 million more people were added into the poverty group because of the COVID lockdown and the rest of it. So we have a very huge problem. We have almost 100 million people living under conditions of absolute poverty, compared to only about 70 million in India. And this 70 million in India is equal to about 18% of the Indian population of 1.2. Whereas this 100 million is running more like almost 50% of the Nigerian poor. What would I do? Number one, it's a question of prioritization. You have to prioritize. If you have a development strategy, you have a policy framework, you have to put poverty at the very top of it. In prioritizing it, in all your budgeting, in all your public investment, in all your public works, you identify low-hanging fruits that you can use. Like President Roosevelt did in the New Deal. He created infrastructure public works in which millions were employed in laying railway tracks, in building new homes, and so on and so forth. You get poor people involved in order to put money in their pocket, in order to boost aggregate demand. That is one level. Number two, we have to diversify the economy of this country. Dependence on oil. Oil is a high capital intensive industry, and most of it is offshore anyway. So, you know, the people don't really feel it. You know, we collect rent from multinational companies, and the government uses that money as they wish. They collect loans, they use it as they wish. The poor people don't really see it. And the poverty with this unemployment, with the twin crisis of COVID lockdown and insurgency, the poverty level has become incredible. I'm sure you are experiencing it. The number of people that call you every day, Lasisi, asking for money. For me, I was asking God the other day in my quiet meditations, did you give birth to me to become an insurance company? Because every death, every sickness, and what is even painful is that if you decide to give an excuse, the guy will die. An old man, they asked me, I'm not aware. I said, look, when I come back, I'll come and attend to you. The day I arrived, he died that morning. Oh, and in my community, I'm the first person they call, you know, from the extended family, if somebody is sick and so on. So the rate of poverty and suffering is very huge. So we need to diversify the economy such that we go into various other sectors that can create jobs. Thirdly, we cannot run away from a major industrial revolution in this country. That is the only way to absorb millions of people that are out of work. And of course, we now have a social transfer mechanism, but I can tell you it is not working very well, because there's no database, and they go about choosing. If you have APC party, allegedly, they give you some transfers. If you don't, you're on your own. So we need a comprehensive social transfer framework based on a geographical mapping, a social mapping with databases of who the poor are, where they live, and what is the nature of their needs, and what we can do for them. So the most important aspect is empowering people, particularly women. We don't hear much about women empowerment. And the condition of women in Nigeria is a very backward one, very terrible. There's a lot of discrimination, there's violence against women. They are often the first victims when you have insurgency. Women, children, you know. So we need to look at women empowerment, giving them access to land, access to credit, open up SMEs and micro businesses, artisanal works, you know, empowering them, and, you know, getting them to be able to help their children and help their families. That is very important. And then the youth component. I've always said that a nation that ignores its youth is digging its own grave. And when it comes to women, you judge the stature and the standard of a civilization by the way it treats its women. If you treat them shabbily, you are treating the mothers of the nation, the mothers of future leaders. These are the ones you are trampling upon, and you don't know what is in them. You don't know what is in there. God has given everybody talent. And by denying women equal rights in political participation, in leadership, in access to resources and opportunities, we are really shortchanging more than 50% of our population. So poverty is very critical. And open up entrepreneurship opportunities, microfinance banking. These are some of the issues that we can do. And big emphasis on agriculture, because many of our poor are living on the land. And these days, things have become so bad because with the insurgency, particularly in the Middle Belt and the North, the banditry, the violence, many farmers are not going to their farms. Many farmers are not going to their farms. Now, just a few months ago, one of the women from Southern Kaduna, she was going to her farm with her 2 kids. They stopped her on the road. They used cutlass and cut off all the children. She jumped. She had to just escape. Jumped into a river, very deep river. And then she managed somehow, by miracle, to swim to the other side. Of course, she lost her 2 children. And of course, such a woman will not go back to the farm. She will remain traumatized. These days, in Plateau State, in Southern Kaduna, what they are now doing is just go to the farms, because the corn is now almost bringing out this game, what do you call it? It's flowering. They're just going out throughout the night, just cutting down the crops that these poor people are relying on to feed their children. So I would reboot agriculture. I will create jobs, because that is essential to getting poverty. And by massive investments in infrastructures, in public works, not the intensive type that you give all the money to one businessman and he does a shoddy job, but you create direct labor systems that will put money in people's pockets. Well, how about getting 10 million youths to lay down railway tracks throughout the country? That will create a huge knock-on effects throughout the country. You know, and build entrepreneurial skills for women, for youths, and you know, invest in infrastructures as a way of creating an enabling environment, and then stabilizing the country. Doing that alone will be a big relief, and we'll then begin, of course, effective leadership, focused leadership that delivers. It's not about big English. You just sit in your office and you're signing checks. Go there and see the project with your koro eyes. They say they invested $3 billion in Mambila Plateau hydro project for 5 years now. No single block has been laid down. Nobody has been punished for it. And that's how they're doing it. Even these railways, they say they are doing, the one from Ibadan, this thing. You know, some of the coaches, I'm told, allegedly, are old coaches. They just repainted them. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. Change the way Nigeria works and poverty will be reduced.
Dr. Olagunju, you have one more question. Before that, please think about your last question from your list of questions. We recognize the audience. Some of you have been raising your hands to ask questions. The way we do it is at the end of the interviews that we bring in members of the audience. So we know you are anxious to ask questions. Some of you, like 50 people, have sent their questions on our registration site. Please don't raise your hands now, please. We will call on you at the right time. This program is being watched on, we have 8 platforms. I already have reports from 3 platforms for over 130,000 people who are already watching this program. To those of you who join us, Zoom is just the one we use to interact, but we are feeding other platforms. And there's a television station that is broadcasting this. This is being heavily watched. And I'm sure the state is also paying attention to many of your provocative statements. We have distinguished guests who have joined us on the Zoom. I cannot thank all of you. I've seen Professor Gloria Megwale from Connecticut University, Professor Banjo, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan. I've seen Professor Dauda, the Executive Director of Pan-African University Press. So many people from Canada that I've seen who have joined us. Professor Sakari Gundu, Chairman of Council, Benue State University. If I don't mention your name, please, I'm not going to mention everybody's name. I'm just recognizing some people who have joined us. The quality of the audience that watch this program is very high. I've seen the Dean of Social Sciences, Babcock University. I've seen Mrs. Awolowo Dosumu of Awolowo Foundation. Thanks for joining us. The Nation newspaper, Tribune newspaper, Punch newspaper, Oladele of Premium Times. I've seen like 6 editors who are here with us. Thank all of you for joining us. 3 Vice Chancellors, I've seen your name. Thank you for joining us. I'm using this Gretchen Bauer of Delaware University. She's always joining us. One day we're going to interview you. Thank you for joining us. I'm doing this to allow Dr. Lagunju to decide on his very last question. Thank you all. Akintoye, thank you for joining us from the Republic of Benin. The Dean, Samuel Ademuega University of Social Science, Professor Yaola, I've noticed your presence, and so many others. Very, very, very distinguished audience. Professor Sarah, thank you. All of you for being here. The Director of Humanities Center, Cape Town University, I saw your name, Professor Osha, all the way from University of Cape Town. Psychiatry Department, Yaba, Dr. Raji, I saw you there, saw your name. Those that I'm just trying to quickly recognize just because I know them. Many of you I don't know, you have to forgive me. I've seen former editor of The Nation, Olayinka Oyebile. Thanks for joining us. Okay, your last question, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask this last question. Dr. Mailafia, in discussing the national question, there are 3 groups of people in Nigeria today. There are those who want the country restructured. There are those who want the country divided, dissolved like Yugoslavia. There are also those who want business as usual. Where do you belong in this, sir?
You see, business as usual is no option. That will be the lazy man or the lazy woman's approach. The ship is sinking, and you say, do nothing, leave things as they are. Of course, to me, that is not a real option. But let me also say that I don't condemn those who believe that the country should, everybody should go their own way. I can understand where they're coming from. I can understand it. And I think it is easy to feel that way, and it is understandable. But I am still among those who believe that we should still give restructuring a chance. The reason why I say so is because, Albert Einstein said famously that God does not play dice with the universe. And that is that God doesn't do things by chance. I know historians, some people talk about the mistake of 1914, that the amalgamation was a mistake, and that Lord Lugard and his girlfriend, later his wife, Flora Shaw, who hatched this plot, did it in a fit of absent-mindedness after they had had 1 or 2 shots of whiskey too many. But I don't think so. We have the doyen of history here, Professor Tayo Falola. I'm sure he will agree with me when I say that long before 1914, the peoples that made up Nigeria as we know it today were in constant interaction with one another. This interaction was through trade, it was through cultural interactions, it was through diplomacy, and it was even through war. One way or the other, we were already, deeply enmeshed in one way or the other with each other. And I give you just a couple of examples. When the Ifa priest in Yoruba land wants to go deep, he switches into a strange language, and that is ancient Nupe language. So at the spiritual level, there's a link between the Nupe people of the Middle Belt and the Yoruba people. Or I'll give another example. The royal flow of Onitsha, they are Benin people, they are Benin princes. They came all the way from Benin and were there. And if you look at the Inri spirituality of Igbo land, no serious Igbo elder will do a big project without also whispering to the Ata of Igala, because the Inri civilization came from Igala land to Igbo land. So they have those linkages there. In fact, the ruling family of Ugwashuku in Delta, they are from Igala. The whole section of Nsoka, they're Igala people. And there are indigenous Igbo people in Benue State. They're indigenous. So there's been a lot of interactions. The Kwararafa people of Jukun land, they were ruling Kano for almost 200 years. The conquered Kano was ruling for 200 years. The suburb of Yakasai in Kano is actually founded by Jukuns. And Yakasai is a Jukun expression. It means we are coming back. We were here last year, we conquered, we are coming back. Yakasai. So we were enmeshed in so many ways. And you can't take that away from us. But today we face huge problems. But in spite of those huge problems, the underlying currents of unity are still there. I'm a village boy, and I like to listen to people in the rural areas, the ordinary people. And they have no problems with each other. The Fulani that live in my area, they speak our native language. I often visit my grandfather's grave. And one Fulani woman with no on her head was asking, whispering, can he still speak our language? And I was bemused. And I told her that, well, you are carrying this Fulani no and you can speak, why can't I speak it too? And we made a joke and laughed. That is how the ordinary people live. It is the elites who are fanning these embers of war and civil strife. So if we can look beyond it and gather a coalition of well-meaning Nigerians to put forward a new agenda, a new national project, let's give it a try. Having said that, well, I'm just one person speaking. If at the end of the day, Nigerians feel that they hate each other's habits so badly that there's just no hope of living together, then instead of slaughtering so many more people, it's better to close shop and let everybody go. In fact, I was speaking to a Sokoto prince, very, very high-powered man. He told me not long ago, I was shocked. He said, look, we've already accepted that the country will break up. I said, what? He said, no, we know it's going to break up. The issue is not if, but when. So maybe some people have already made up. That is where they're gambling in such an atrocious way about the future of the country. You know, they're borrowing and over-borrowing. Nobody knows where that money is going. Maybe somebody's building a war chest somewhere, who knows? So I think I've studied enough history from Mesopotamia to ancient Egypt to, to the Ottomans and everybody, ancient Greece and the rest of them, to know that, nations, civilizations will rise and fall. And, God, I believe, is doing a great thought experiment about a country that he believes is the only hope and symbol of Africa and the guardian of Black civilization. I have traveled to the Caribbean. I've traveled to the Pacific Islands, where the sun and the moon, the stars look totally different. It's like the end of the world. There are people of African origin there. All of them see Nigeria as the hope. Nelson Mandela said that unless Nigeria makes it, the rest of Africa will hardly make it. So for the sake of Africa, for the sake of the long-suffering peoples of African origin who have been humiliated for 500 years, slavery, colonialism, racism, bigotry, they are looking up to at least one country that will be a shiny example of African and Black success that will change the image of the world completely. But of course, if we bungled it in Nigeria, I can tell you it will be a tragedy, not only for Africa, it will be a tragedy for the whole world, for the Black world. So, well, having said that, I think the choice is ours. For me, I would say, let's give it at least the last try. But it's just like a marriage. If people are trying to kill each other in a marriage, it's better for them to be separated for the sake of peace. So if we are going to keep slaughtering each other, then it's better to, separate every side. And then on their own, middle belts could decide that they want to partner and join Yoruba land, Bududuwa, and join Biafra to become another country. Let that be their free choice in a referendum. This would be an option instead of slaughtering each other, because no country can have two legal systems. We cannot have two legal systems. That kind of country doesn't make sense. You cannot have Sharia applying to civil and criminal up to the highest levels, and then the common law at the same time. It's like a snake with two heads. A very dangerous monster. So it won't work. And so really, this is the dilemmas. If I've confused you the more, then I think I've succeeded a bit.
Dr. Lak, you have a lot to write in your weekend column next week. And we're expecting your analysis of this interview. The last person to interview Dr. Mailafia is Professor Heduru, and it's coming at a time when we have report from a fourth platform that they just sent to me. We are now over 200,000 people who are watching this. It's more than that because I don't have the list of all the platforms. Professor Heduru is a very well-known political scientist and is published on global, regional, and national political science and economy. He graduated from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 1983, and then he went to Akron, Ohio, and then University of Connecticut to complete both his master's and PhD. And at the moment, he's a professor of political science, Arizona State University. He's a very generous man. I've visited his campus, his house, and everything. And he went back to Nigeria for some time, where he was a visiting professor at Nigerian Defense Academy and a visiting professor, National Defense College. And he knows about the Nigerian military inside out. And during that time, he was able to befriend some generals, and he knows them inside out. His book, The Political Economy of International Shipping, published by Delaware University Press, and he keeps writing and writing and writing. Professor Iheduru, welcome, and your first question, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Falola, and thank you. Good to see you, Dr. Mailafia. I'm delighted at this opportunity to interact with you. And yes. I'd like to start by bringing back the state in. And you have to forgive me, because as a professor, I wouldn't be asking direct questions. I'd like it to be more interactive. And so talking about failing states presupposes there is a model or model characteristics of an effective state. And you alluded to that in one of the answers you gave. We're looking at the extractive capabilities of the state, public management capabilities of the state, or effective management of its resources, and then security. And for me, particularly human security. Okay, and so those are the three dimensions that my questions will cover. First one is one of the hallmarks, therefore, of an effective state is the capability to manage its economy efficiently, particularly the extractive and prudent management of resources to ensure a modicum of economic growth vis-a-vis population growth. In July 2021, Budget, a Nigerian-based civic tech nonprofit organization, published a damning report showing that the debt service or debt servicing obligations of Nigeria gulped 97% of Nigerian government's total revenue in 2020. The report claimed that of the $3.42 trillion generated revenue, the country expended $3.34 trillion on debt servicing, just as the total expenditure stood at $10.01 trillion. And that means all FG salaries, overhead, capital expenditure were financed with loans and CBN support. It represents the government is generating only 67.7% of its revenue performance. Now, any family unit or business that generates 67% of its revenue and at the same time spends 97% of its total revenue, debt in servicing debt. We're not talking about paying the entire loans. That business or family wouldn't be in business for much longer. And on top of this disastrous performance, the Buhari administration is still going on binge borrowing. The Senate on July 15th approved the president to borrow additional $8.3 million and 490 million euros. This is in addition to a total debt profile of $84 billion. So I have a question. You are as good as economists and public intellectuals can be, a quintessential one for that matter. Should Nigerians be alarmed? Because this sounds like near bankruptcy or one step to receivership of the country. Is it not? It's two. Other than the debt service that I have already noted, do you know what the government is spending this money on? Are these expenditures worth it? Are you convinced? Third, who is going to repay this debt? Are we mortgaging the country's future? Is it the 72% unemployed youth that will pay this debt? And finally, is it smart for anyone, including the Nigerian diaspora, who remits over $22 to $25 billion annually to the country? Is it smart for them to continue investing in Nigeria?
Well, thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much, one name Professor. I really appreciate your very loaded questions. Should we be alarmed? Well, I think if you worked in public policy and high finance, I don't think alarm is the word. It calls for sobriety. You must be very sober. You must look at the figures with precision. And then you must ask the pertinent questions about what is this animal that we have? What species does it come from? And what are we to do with it? So I don't think alarm is the word. Concerned, yes. And focus, yes. The data you've reeled out are very correct. That right now, in fact, half of this year, we've spent 92% of revenue on debt servicing, you know. So you can imagine what it is, just half of the year for the money that is due for this part. It's already 92. So by the end of the year, either it's been 92 or probably even 97, 98. In fact, Fitch Ratings Agency has predicted by next year, when a lot of the debt would have matured for repayment, we would now be paying almost 300%, God forbid, of revenue. Now, we were deceived into this because a lot of people were saying, you know, you can borrow more because, you know, your GDP ratio to debt is only 35%, whereas for your class of country, 40% is like the optimal level. But of course, you and I know that you do not use GDP to pay loans. You use cash, you use liquid cash. And, you know, and this is a big problem. This is also a fact that we are spending more on debt servicing than we're actually saving on capital expenditure, which is ridiculous. And of course, that means, you see, consumption doesn't lead to growth. What really leads to growth is, you know, spending on investments, on capital investments. This is what is going to propel growth. And if we're spending it on just current expenditure, the bulk of it on current expenditure, and then for paying back our loans, then this is a problem. So it calls for sobriety, it calls for serious introspection in order to see what we can do. What is this money used for? Very, very important question. I don't know. You know, people don't remember this, but the first loan that we took was in 2015, when Mr. President flew out of the country, went to the United States, and met with the World Bank. He came back with a check of $1.3 billion for ostensibly the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the Northeast. Well, I went to the Northeast not too long ago. I can't see any rehabilitation. I can't see any project. So what was that loan used for? I agreed it's a soft loan. It's an IDA loan that you have to pay back over 30 years at 1% interest. So it's a very cheap loan, but it's still a loan and it's going to be paid back. It's not a grant. And we have serious problems. the railway lines, the railways being built, 2-3 times what Ethiopia and Kenya paid to the Chinese for approximately the same sort of projects. So why is that? They have brand new rolling stock. We have repainted rolling stock. Some of them, at least, I didn't say all, allegedly. And this is very disgraceful. Some of them are breaking down already. Very disgraceful. So what the money is being used for, I'm baffled. I would lay down a couple of principles that if standing here as a financier, as a banker, I couldn't say don't borrow. But if you must, especially foreign loans, dollar-denominated loans, let it be strictly for projects that have a guaranteed, calculated return on investments. If you can't do that, chalk it out. The late Magufuli of Tanzania, when the Chinese came and offered him a $10 billion loan, and in the small print in Chinese, they said that they would want to use the port of Dar es Salaam as collateral for 99 years. He was so alarmed, he threw back the offer at them, and he decided not to even look at any loans again. He looked at savings. He looked at cutting back the cost of governance. He stopped all these wild foreign travels. He blocked everybody from any medical trip abroad. And he said he was very surprised how much money he was able to realize from just this cost savings. And then he took a very rigorous interest in contracts, public contracts, infrastructure contracts. He was very rigorous in planning and designing those contracts and in monitoring those contracts. And within a few years, Tanzania became one of the fastest growing countries in the developing world. So I think it's a very important thing we can learn. We have very spendthrift habits. It reminds me of this character in Things Fall Apart, Unoka. Unoka was a very lazy man. He likes borrowing. He will borrow, not to go and invest in his farm or a building. He will borrow to hold parties. He will bring palm wine. He will kill goats. He and his friends will party and enjoy. But the next day after 12 o'clock, he's still snoring. Of course, he became a ne'er-do-well and ended his life very badly. So I'm afraid we are suffering from the curse of Unoka. And this is a very big problem that we have to overcome. And who pays for it? Of course, you and I will pay for it. Our children will pay for it. Because these guys by 2023, inshallah, they are leaving the state, and I hope we never see their kind again. But they will leave us to carry the can. And what is even shocking and dispiriting, they are building railways to Niger. They are building refineries in Niger. Look, if it's your money, I don't mind. And even if it's a grant from Nigeria, I don't mind, really. But you don't borrow money from the Chinese at commercial rate and you use it to build a railway in somebody's country, leading to somebody's country, and build refineries in somebody's country. To me, it is bad faith. If it is not treasonable, I would call it very bad faith. Under no circumstances should this be tolerated. Any serious finance minister will not accept such a state of affairs. You know, with no prejudice towards Niger. They are brothers, they are neighboring countries, they're part of our ECOWAS family. But you don't borrow money at commercial terms to go and invest in somebody's this thing. And then your children will end up paying it. I think this is very bad policy. Remittances, well, that's true. I mean, it's been, some people say it's probably up to $32 billion now per year. And remittances, but it's not, you call it an investment. I would say 70% of these remittances are not investment. They are coming for personal use. Families, community, all that. A lot of that money is coming in. And then, unless of course you will turn your back on your people completely, then you cannot say should it be stopped? I don't know how you'll be able to stop it. You have nieces and nephews going to school. You want to help them. You know, you have aunties that are retired with some problems. You want to help them. There are community efforts that you contribute to. So a lot of this money is coming like that. And I don't mean to belittle it. It's a lot of money. In fact, at one stage, it was far more than any investment coming to Nigeria. Those remittances were the ones keeping the system floating. And I heard some people talking some time ago that perhaps they should join hands and stop these remittances so that, you know, all these evils taking place cannot be fueled by money coming from hardworking people, professionals. I'm so proud of the Nigerian diaspora. I was once a diaspora myself. The United States make the Nigerian family community as a reference point. They're the most educated single ethnic group with very high income, very professional, and you are great ambassadors for our country. So the money you keep sending, please keep sending it. And it is not going to the government, even though it is making the government feel good. It is cautioning some of the, you know, the capital requirements for the macro economy. But so please keep sending it. I think, you know, it is important, and we should not, you know, discount or, you know, de-emphasize the importance of this. So yeah, so you know, let's look at it positively and you know, continue to build on that. And with the creation of a diaspora commission, what I was hoping is that there will be this diaspora bond that has been talked about, that, you know, people can really contribute to it, not just for charity, but to make good money, because this money is going to come in here. Even if it is at 8%, it is far better than anything you can get in Europe, you know, in the US Treasury bills. So it's very good. And don't forget that even India and China, they relied on the diaspora to fuel some of the capital inflows that were used to catapult these countries, you know, into orbit in terms of economic growth. So, you know, the Indian diaspora in Southern Africa, East Africa, in Europe were very critical. The Chinese diaspora in Singapore, in Hong Kong, in Malaysia, Thailand were very critical. They have between them over $1 trillion, which they used to invest in China. And you know, China is not looking back. So the diaspora is of great importance and great value to our economy. And let's you know, devise better means of channeling, you know, these funds so that, you know, they become good investment money and they go into critical areas that will bring value not only to the economy but to the investors themselves. And you know, let's make it a win-win for everybody. The Yorubas say that ele obatojo ewaleobusi. So when the king's house, the first one is burnt, the second one is going to be even far better. So let us look to the future with hope, and let us continue to be focused. When some of us speak against all these evils going on, we're not troublemakers. People have asked me, well, you spoke some time ago, why you have never given any evidence? I thought that question was coming, it never came, but the truth of the matter is that for me, it's a matter of conscience. Anybody who can see the killing of children, the slaughtering of defenseless women, people that Nelson Mandela called an unarmed and defenseless people, you go and you kill them, you cut them down, you rape them, and you say that me, Obadiah Mailafia, I should keep quiet and watch you. Now lie. They never born you yet. Never. So for me, it's a matter of conscience. It's a matter of principle. And I spoke and I said that if I perish, I perish. That is the truth of the matter. And I still stand by everything I said, every single thing that I said. So help me God. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mailafia. I think your answers, the latter part of your answers, segues into my next question, which focuses on the human security dimension of the capabilities of the state. There is an inverse relationship between growing authoritarianism, characterized by clamping down on free speech, flagrant disregard of the rule of law, and disdain and denial of human rights, which must be trumped, supposedly, by the reason of state. And events unfolding since 1999, but especially under the present government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired, appear to have dashed the hopes raised by the advent of the Fourth Republic, that Nigeria was eventually, at last, transitioning to a democratic era where the above freedoms are upheld. And that hope seems to be fading, if not reaching an empty. And I just mentioned a few of them: hostility for journalists and free speech, National Broadcasting Commission, including hate speech in its code. NBC has imposed fines on several organizations, issued caution to broadcasting houses, too numerous to mention. Former chairman of Human Rights Commission, Chidi Odinkalo, and Audu Mekari were arrested, and Cybercrime Act, and so on and so forth. Fake news bill is at the National Assembly, and currently the NBC is being challenged in the courts by Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, and NGO. Premium Times, that is represented here, the Center for Investigative Journalism, and other human rights groups. And so these are my questions. Are these the last gaps of a failing state, or are they the beginnings of what political scientists call the, ironically, the electoral dictatorship that is reminiscent of Decree 4 of 1984, which empowered the Buhari as a military dictator to unilaterally shut down newspapers, radio and television stations for publishing or reporting what was perceived to be detrimental to its interest. 2, what else can and should Nigerians do other than the ongoing public interest litigations to push back against this gathering storm? And finally, to be fair to the government, of course, at least it hasn't failed completely. We're still Nigerians. And that's relating to what you answered earlier. Why should you not face the full wrath of the law, you, Dr. Mailafia, given that you are yet to provide evidence to support your claim that some reformed terrorists had confessed to you that some northern governors funded the activities of Boko Haram?
Well, thank you very much, Prof. You know, there is this joke that a dog and a sheep were having an argument, and it was getting towards Salah time. So the dog reminded the sheep that, do you know it is going to be Salah very soon? So the sheep said, kai, that is hate speech. I don't like that. You know, because sheep are slaughtered during Salah. So whatever you don't like, which is the truth, it is hate speech so long as it is something that is not convenient. That is the way they are looking at it. And, you know, I've been a columnist myself, and I've done some TV programs. And you talk to editors and the rest of them, and you know that the NBC has become a very tyrannical organization. If it was regulating for the right reasons, they literally go about dictating editorial policy. And this is very unconstitutional, very unconstitutional. You know, the lawyers would say that he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Right now, as we are talking, EFCC is investigating 10 billion naira that disappeared in NBC coffers. Allegedly. So who are they to preach to people if they are so corrupt? Who are they to preach to others, journalists who are only doing their job? You know, so it is very wrong of them. And then the National Assembly, we heard, can you believe it? We're debating a new bill that will make hate speech a capital offense. Boko Haram is not a capital offense. Armed Fulani militia genocidal killers are not under capital offense. Bandits, many of them from foreign countries, are not subject to capital offense. People who say something that it doesn't sound convenient to them, when they decide it is hate speech, then they are proposing capital punishment. I don't know which kind of breast milk their mothers give them. These people are poisonous and very evil. I have to say that. For even think of that. People talk something and then you hound them. People who are carrying AK-47 openly, who are beheading clergy, killing everywhere. No arrest, no capital offense. But people who are just writing with their pen or who are just expressing their opinion, they are thinking of even capital offense and they're calling it hate speech. The most hateful human beings are the ones who are obsessed with hate speech, in my opinion. So to me, that's a non-issue, and we must call their bluff. And they need to understand that the pen will always be mightier than the sword. You can never kill the truth. You can never kill. You can kill human beings with flesh and blood, but you can never kill the human spirit. And you can never kill the power of ideas whose time has come. So I am confident that even this will pass. So I am not worried about it. And yeah, and yes, you know, last year, and well, I'm glad you are bringing this up. I went into, shall we say, some local difficulties when I had it was a breakfast show, and actually a very obscure TV FM station in Lagos. Just over breakfast, I was having my coffee and we were just engaging in conversation. And then it came to the subject of insecurity. You know, the rest is history. And I wish to let you know that, look, in the settlement we reached with the DSS, we agreed that I shall not reopen this chapter, that I shall not, you know, bring back this subject in any material detail. And I agreed to that. But I need to set some records straight. I never recanted what I said. Never. And I am not prone to flippancy or to flights of fancy. I'm a hard-nosed banker and financier, and I don't talk nonsense. If I didn't see anything, I won't even talk. But like I said, I spoke on the basis of my conscience. I was privy to certain information. And so I was so concerned that I had to speak out. And nobody, I'm a columnist. newspaper columnist. Nobody should expect me to endanger people who volunteered information to me, to endanger them and endanger their families. That's not going to happen. But be rest assured that I wasn't talking out of any flight of fancy. I didn't even enjoy talking like that. It's not in my nature or in my character. But my conscience would not allow me to sleep because human lives are involved. All life is sacred. And these people, we don't know where they're coming from. Because our ancestors, my grandfather was a warrior. And he gave the British such a hard time that the only way they could convince him, and very crafty, the British, as you know, they persuaded him to become a police officer in the British colonial constabulary. And that is what my grandfather, Baba Galadima Gambo, did for most of his life. And he went to Lafia to settle a riot, and my father was born, and he sent a message to call him Mailafia. So that's how I have the name Mailafia till today. Now, so I was privy to certain information, and I felt a civic duty to speak out. And because lives are involved, and I won't go back into the details, but I never recounted. Some people even wrote such a ridiculous nonsense, especially Daily Trust, that, oh, with PhDs like Mailafia, look at it, very irresponsible. He's a confused man. He recounted what he said. Oh, he met some market women, or some market people, you know, selling cows. Well, I gave diplomatic answers to difficult situations, but I'm not a Confucianist, and I spoke with the highest responsibility. You are seeing what is happening now, that they are escalating everything. Kidnapping in Kaduna State now is almost house to house. People are no longer even reporting it. They're in the rainforest, aren't they? It is only Nnamdi Kanu that stopped them. I may not agree with all his methods, but he's my friend, and I don't deny my friends in public. He had his conscience and he spoke out. So this is the situation. And, you know, it's a matter of the sacredness of life, saving our people, stopping the killings. If the killings stop today, I have nothing to say to anybody. So, but if the killings continue, I think all people of conscience must rise up and be counted. They must rise up and be counted, because otherwise we're going to have a genocide in this country, and we must avoid a genocide. So they've gone into Yoruba land, they've gone into Benue. Benue State alone has almost more than 1 million refugees for a population of about 4 million people. I mean, just look at that. It's almost a quarter of their population. So we're in a very serious crisis. That is why I spoke out. And I spoke out as a citizen, not as a troublemaker or somebody who wants to undermine the public peace, not at all. But I felt a civic responsibility to speak out in the name of humanity and in the name of my conscience. That is my view on this.
Thank you so much. The number of those watching this program has increased tremendously. It's now close to 500,000 from the reports that have been sent to me. And we are grateful. Lawrence Way from University of Abuja, Okeji from Berkeley, Otubo from Europe, Wetui from London, Professor Rufemi Babalola. Some people recognize who are on this program. So you have to, you're dealing with, Professor Mailafia is dealing with an emergency phone call there, I think. We'll give you the last question, please. Your last question. Because members of the audience are becoming impatient. They want to ask questions. So one last question from you, sir.
Okay. Is that why you put me last, so that you cut off all my questions? I thought we were getting into the of it. Anyway, here's my last question, Dr. Mailafia. As a 23-year-old, blurry-eyed 23-year-old, I lived in Langtang, Plateau State for 1 year, from 1983 to 1984, and served as a social studies teacher in the government teachers college in the town on Nigeria's National Youth Service Corps. I fell in love with Jos, where every weekend my friends and I would go on a rendezvous. I dreamed, as we were passing out in August 1984, I dreamed about returning to the Tin City, possibly with a Biram wife, to raise my family and send my kids to Hillcrest, the famous Hillcrest School in Redfield, Jos, and retire there. Jos was a quintessential cosmopolitan city with people from all over the world, including a future British Prime Minister, John Major, who worked in one of the banks that we used to line up for days, hoping to get new Naira notes after Major General Muhammadu Buhari, as military dictator, had changed the country's currency with little warning or preparation under the guise of fighting corruption. And as a Business Day weekly columnist from 2009 to 2013, I wrote at least 10 nostalgic column pieces on the insecurity spiral and reprisal violence that have engulfed and destroyed the serenity and humanity of Jos and much of Plateau State. And as I was coming onto this program, I read a news of today of about 15 people massacred in Jos. In a nutshell, what happened to the Jos of my dream? Number two, is the fate of Jos not emblematic of the nightmares of a failed Nigerian state? I know we've talked around this, maybe this may be repetitive. And finally, can the glory days of Jos and by extension Nigeria be restored, and how? I know, again, you've talked around this, but I thought maybe I should end my questioning with this. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so very much again, Professor. I really appreciate you and the questions you've asked. Yes, I mean, for me, it was part of my growing up years to Jos, very lovely place. And I can fully understand how you feel. In fact, there is hardly any senior person from Nigeria, general or minister, or, president, who didn't dream of having a house in Jos. Some of them already did. Obasanjo, Babangida, Buhari, they all had houses in Jos anyway. And so it was a place that many people thought of retiring to. It still has the best climate in the country. It's a near temperate climate. The people historically were very, very hospitable. Very hospitable. But unfortunately, things have evolved. And it's a very complicated story. One narrative is that it is the Birom people who don't like foreigners, who don't like the Hausa people, or Muslims, and they discriminated against them. They're making this distinction between indigenous and non-indigenous, and so on. That is one narrative. The other narrative is that The indigenous feel that people are trying to take over their land and they are resisting it. And they have problems, especially with Jos North local government, where mostly the Hausa traders have settled. And the indigenous, the Anaguta, the Birom, are saying that, look, a Birom man cannot go to Kano and claim chairmanship of a local government. That is impossible. So why should somebody who came from somewhere arrogate himself the right to claim this kind of thing in their own land? So who is right? I think the issue is far more complicated than that. The truth of the matter is that throughout Nigeria, there's a discrimination against non-indigenous, whether you like it or not. I know Kano has gone, Lagos has gone out of its way to accommodate Igbo people. You know, they even have a commissioner, you know, there was a commissioner for Lagos State who is now the Director General of, you know, the Budget Office. Formerly, he was a commissioner in Lagos. He's from Imo, I think. Former banker, very erudite, very qualified. But generally, you know, every state, you know, gives preferences to indigenous. So Plateau people are saying, why should they be different? And especially discrimination is very deep in Kano, Sokoto, Katsina. So why should they be singled out? That is the situation. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of history, the indigenes have been almost docile. You saw it. They are very accommodating, from Langtang to Pangshin to Miango to Ganawuri to Jos Metropolitan. They were generally very sociable, very welcoming, very accommodating. When I was a young teenager, we used to hang out in Hill Station Hotel. Sundays like this, you know, we'll hang out there, having suya, having barbecue, and, you know, frolicking around. And then Maraya would come there and we'll be making jokes with him, funny jokes. Fella would call it Yabis. He was a Hausa Muslim. He was, you know, was part of Jos and highly respected and everything. So you have to ask yourself, what went wrong? There was an aggression against Plateau people that has turned them, has made them very aggressive and out of their normal orbit of character and behavior and comportment. There was an aggression somewhere. Now, it's not only that. They've imported a lot of foreigners. They've come into Plateau, they've killed, they've maimed, they've taken over entire villages. I'm told more than 30 villages or so have been taken by complete strangers. They've killed and driven away the people. They've taken over the land. They've rebuilt the areas. They've even renamed the villages in Plateau. If that happened in Igbo land or Yoruba land, I don't think anybody will accept it. So why should Plateau people accept it? If it happened in Bauchi, they will not accept it. If it happened in Kano, they will not accept it. So why should just people accept this evil? I don't think they should. So there are issues at stake. And this land grabbing is everywhere in the Middle Belt. In Benue, there are entire villages that, you know, the people cannot, you know, go back. They have become refugees in their own land. Southern Kaduna, the same thing, you know. So Niger also, they are now establishing that they took a whole chunk of Niger. You know, Niger is the biggest state by land size in Nigeria. And they've taken huge chunks of Niger. So this is a trend, and Plateau people have suffered this for more than 10 years. The Agatu people in Plateau, in Benue, many parts of Tivland have similarly been taken over. And so, you know, should Plateau people fight back? I don't think under natural law or international law, you can say they cannot. fight for their land. They have a duty to take back their land. And it doesn't matter how long, I can assure you, they will take back their land. Because the foreigners cannot come from Niger, from Chad, from Mali. You know, when you speak Hausa, you know exactly which accent, where people come from. Hausan Plateau, Hausan Kano, Hausan Zazzau, Hausan Katsina. You know it. When somebody is speaking very raw Hausa, then you know they come from Chad or they come from somewhere. Those of us who speak, understand the language, understand its nuances and its subtleties. That is the truth of the matter. So all those villages, they will be taken back. It doesn't matter how long it takes, because you cannot alienate people from their ancestral land. In our ancient cultures, the land is not yours. You are holding it in trust for the ancestors and for children yet unborn. You are just a trustee. You cannot just allow somebody to come from somewhere, kill people, drive them off their land, and take over. This is what happened in Plateau State. This is what is happening in Benue. This is what is happening in Kaduna State and other parts of the Middle Belt. Now, but let me make this very clear. For my part, I belong to the Martin Luther King School of Thought. I don't believe in the use of violence. I have never recommended anybody to use violence. I have never raised my arms to use violence myself, and I do not recommend it to anyone. We should seek non-violent ways. The human spirit is a force, and you cannot, slavery is a state of mind. If you refuse to be anybody's slave, then you are truly a free man and a free woman. So, and that is the stand that people must take. It is, of course, emblematic of the failed state or the failing state that we've been talking about. And, those in power who were elected to protect people, if they fail to protect people, now they are turning around. Even in Benue, they said, when the governor, His Excellency Samuel Otom, was burying over 70 of his people, he was told from the presidency that, you should learn to live at peace with your neighbors. They were very unsympathetic. In fact, they even tried to stop the funeral. They did everything to stop it. But the governor, a man of courage and a very God-fearing person, he decided to carry on. And we respect him for that, for showing courage, for showing leadership, for showing commitment and compassion for his people. So, but the Middle Belt has been bearing it for a long time, suffering it for a long time. But unfortunately, the auger is moving towards Yoruba land, towards Benin. I went to give a lecture 2 years ago in one of the Christian universities in near Ekboma there, and Uromi. And I was asked to give a convocation lecture. And the driver was overspeeding from Benin. In fact, I was scared. Then he said, Oga, I have to go at that speed because the Fulanis have taken over all these forests. If I don't speed like that, maybe before we know it, they'll rush into the road. So the following week after I came back, a professor from University of Ife, Ile-Ife, professor of medicine, he had gone to Ikoma to supervise, to evaluate an exam, and examine some exams, some students. On his way back, same road, just a couple of days later, they blocked the road, they slaughtered him, and a professor of medicine from University of Ile-Ife. And so that's our country for you. They've moved into the east, and Nnamdi Kanu decided to set up Eastern Security Network. Yoruba land, they've set up Amotekun, and under international law, it is very clear that a community that faces an existential threat to its very survival has not only a duty, but also a moral right to take up whatever steps that are necessary to safeguard and secure the lives and properties of its communities. That is, if the constituted authorities are either unwilling and or unable to come to the protection of that community. And the right to self-defense is in our laws. It is in conformity with global ethics and the universal principles of civilization, natural justice, and equity. So nobody can take that right from them. They are there because they cannot be protected by their government. So you cannot say that they should not take such steps as are needed to protect themselves. It is their right and it is a moral obligation. And funnily enough, the people doing the killing, they have not been kidnapped and captured. Sunday Igboho, who is just a spokesman and activist for his people, they are now trying to, take him back from Cotonou. The point is that Nigeria is a failing state. It is becoming more of a failing state when the people who are doing the killings are scot-free. You and I know that it is only Fulani militias who are allowed to carry arms in Nigeria. Nobody else is allowed to carry arms. Among our people in the Middle Belt, they come and comb the area, even with your den gun, with your cutlasses and machetes. They come and confiscate, the police and army come and confiscate everything. And then the next week, these people come in, they kill, they rape, they ransack, they burn down, they destroy. So if it is not a failing state, I don't know what is. And Plateau and many parts of the Middle Belt have been at the receiving end of this tragedy for a long time. And then can the glory be restored? I think, yes, indeed. The glory of Plateau can be restored and should be restored. They have underlying assets. Bokos alone can feed the whole of West Africa with potatoes. Just Bokos, one small region of Plateau State. And, a lot of other things can be grown of vegetables, fruits, temperate fruits can be grown there, wheat can be grown there. A lot of things can be done in Jos. But the leadership also need to be serious. They need to wake up to their responsibilities. And they need to exercise leadership. We heard there's something going on, even yesterday, people were killed in a bus. And that is sad. From wherever it came from, it is sad. And I pray that, the Almighty will comfort the families of those who have lost their lives. And we pray that these things should not repeat themselves because, every killing from whatever quarters, it diminishes all of us, diminishes us as human beings, diminishes us citizens, and diminishes us as a country. So really, I would use this opportunity to appeal that we give peace a chance and we seek forgiveness and reconciliation. And, the path of peace rather than the path of war and of bloodshed. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Okechukwu Iheduru, for your questions. We are very grateful. We now want to turn to members of the audience, and if time allows, we'll take a few questions that were sent. Once I recognize you, we will unmute you. Fredakuma, ask your questions, please. Fredakuma. Fredakuma. Unmute, please.
Yeah, it's okay now. I can speak now.
Yes.
So I have to thank everybody and the guest speaker too. We have met several times in this Zoom meeting. So the question I have to ask is, should the recent government in Nigeria in the next election did not come back to power, how are we going to do the National Assembly? Because that is where the problem really is. All the laws they are passing is not favoring us. We are not benefiting anything from us. They are the one aiding the government to borrow and borrow and borrow. So what are we going to do about it? That is my question.
Thank you. Sir?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much, Fred Akuma. Well, in terms of the laws are not permanent. The laws can be changed. Laws can be reversed. So, and St. Augustine of Hippo taught that an unjust law is no law at all. An unjust law is no law at all. And it would have to be repudiated in the fullness of time. But of course, the good laws should be preserved. Those that need improvement can be amended. And that is in the nature of how, legislation works. But somebody said that legislation, the art of lawmaking, is a little bit like making sausages. You don't want to eat sausages when you actually see how they are made. It's very, very murky. But after that, you love them because they taste good. But you don't want to see how they're made because it's quite messy. So making laws is not easy. It's difficult. It involves horse trading. It involves, give and take and compromises. And as to these laws, some Ohanese wrote something to not too long ago. They wrote that, look, they want to make it clear that they are not they are not privy to these laws because they are not seeing any benefit. There's no single project from these commercial laws that has reached Igbo land. So in future, nobody should ask them about any law. And I think that is a very good point, because you see, under the law of nations, once an authority takes a loan in the name of a country, everybody is part of that contractual obligation. And under the law of succession, in the unlikely event that Nigeria were to break up, under international law, they will simply share out the loans, the liabilities, and the assets. Everybody will carry the load, whether you know anything about it or not. But writing it beforehand is an interesting development because it is putting down some evidence to say, look, whatever it is, we are not benefiting from this law. So be careful, both the lawgiver and the debtor, the creditor and debtor, be careful because we cannot be party to something that has never benefited us. I think that's a very important point. Yeah. So, but again, a lot of these laws are being taken for very frivolous things, and we should not allow it. And we should ask more serious questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Ugovic Mwayawu. Ugovic Mwayawu. Unmute, please. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay, it's morning here. Good morning, Dr. Mailafia. And
hello, good morning, sir.
How you doing, sir? And the organizers of this conference, thank you very much. And I saw Lassis there. Lassis, we've been corresponding, but today is my first time of meeting him, on WhatsApp. So what I want to say is this. There's something we don't want to say. Buhari regime focal point is on Fulanization of Nigeria. People don't want to say, but I believe what Obasanjo said that time. That is main focus. So what I'm trying to say is this. What is the effort the whole of Middle Belt is making with the Southern politician to make sure that we stop this Fulani? Because the extent this Fulani will go depends on all of us, the South and the Middle Belt. I am frustrated with the Igbo politicians because they are interested in 2023. Believe me, I have faith in my Yoruba brothers than the Igbo politicians, except Nwodo and the rest of them. So what I'm trying to say is, please, Dr. Mailafia, I always read your column and analysis. What effort are the Middle Belt and the Southern people are making to stop these people? Please.
Thank you very much, Ugovic. Thank you very much. I appreciate your question. Well, I think a lot is being done. I can tell you, if people were just lying down and doing nothing, things would have been far, far worse. There are pockets of strong resistance, moral resistance, political resistance. And some of our people, even with stones, with sticks, they have been doing their part, in resisting. If they hadn't done that, I think they would have been totally overrun by that. And I think you are right, and we must call an animal we must call, the thing as it is. We must call what it is as what it is. And Chief Olusegun Obasanjo said it was an agenda of Fulanization. In fact, it is not just an agenda of Fulanization, it is an agenda of colonization. They want to take other people's land because they don't have land of their own. So they want to take your land and take my land and, drive away our people and resettle there and make it their own land. This is what is happening. Now, I have tried to study the Fulani. I've gone as far as Guinea. I spoke to the main leader of the Fulanis in Guinea, Mr. Chelu, brilliant economist. He was prime minister of they are president and prime minister. He was prime minister of Guinea. The Fulani there make up 42% of the population. They're the biggest single group, but all the others have joined hands to make sure that they never get the presidency, because they said the day we give them presidency, we shall become their slaves. Because unfortunately, they don't know how to live peacefully with others. Either they're in control or everything should be scattered. In the 19th century, they moved to Plateau State. They couldn't conquer Plateau. They came, they were trying to march through Benue to the south. They were stopped at Ushongo. Ushongo is a lovely town in Benue. They weave very nice handmade clothes. Sometimes in my adventures, I like to buy those well-knitted, hand-woven clothes. They make a lot of them at Ushongo. It was in the Battle of Ushongo in 1817 that the Fulanis were stopped. And they have never forgiven the Tiv people for that, apparently. Of course, in the other wing, western wing, they were stopped after Ilorin, they couldn't, and so on. So there is an agenda, no doubt about it. No doubt, it is becoming clear. Because if there's no agenda, why do you want to take over people's land? People who you've been living peacefully with. You suddenly wake up one morning, you're killing them, you're raping their children, and then you're taking over. What is that supposed to be if it is not colonization and Fulanization? So you are perfectly right. But we shall resist them. Make no mistake about it. Mahatma Gandhi, the big empire that never set, Britain, Mahatma Gandhi stopped them by the moral force of his conscience. He stopped a whole empire and he set India free. I believe in nonviolence. That is my philosophy. And I believe through moral force, Mahatma Gandhi called it ahimsa, soul force, resistance, taking a moral stand and never giving up, never giving an inch. If we continue on that path, definitely they will not get anywhere. But I will not recommend anybody carrying arms and going into war. Communities that feel that they have to do that, I can't stop them. If we do it within a constitutional framework like Amotekon, I think that is the way to go. But I don't support people taking the law into their hands or, constituting a force that then becomes a known gunman, settling personal scores. I think that is chaotic and very dangerous. And any resistance to evil that uses unjust methods only encourages an abuse of humanity. And I would never be party to that. But I can tell you, sir, we shall never give up. And in the language of Winston Churchill, we shall never, 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 never give up. Never. Even though one of the spokesmen said, what is your land? When they just kill you, you say your ancestral land. What is the value of ancestral land? Give it back to them for the sake of peace. Let them have it. This is what somebody said, and he's supposed to be even an elder. I think one of these Pentecostal churches. He was talking this kind of nonsense. And it's a shame. I hope he will be ashamed for himself for the rest of his life for insulting Nigerians with that kind of statement. It is abhorrent in the extreme. Thank you.
Samuel Dada, please, your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, doctor.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. You sent me the link yesterday, and I did justice. I can see many people here from Canada, from America. Yes, sir. Though I saw it on Mrs. Bamidele's page some days ago. My question is, when you were asked that, where do you belong? Is it structuring division or the existing ones? You did justice. You said we should give it a trial. Sir, you're a historian, sir. I recently believe that nobody is a Nigerian. I believe we all have our own identity. And I still believe that once we have identity, we become a citizen. Then we can talk of patriotism. But in Nigeria, as a country, nobody has this identity, not to talk of being a citizen or to talk of being patriotic about their country. Now, in the Nigerian history of constitution, the only constitution that gave rooms for every ethnic nationality is the 1963 constitution. Now that we've turned back to democracy since over 21 years now, we've always been guided by the military constitution that was given to us, that was reformed, amended, that of 1979. What has been the difficulties for us to turn back to the constitution that guides, that respects all ethnic nationalities in Nigeria? So when you are saying that we must give it a trial, how can you give it a trial with this totalitarianism system of government that is in place? So I want you to explain to us, because we need something to be done. This younger generation is dying. They don't know where they belong to. Thank you very much, sir. And thanks to the organizations that program this. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother Samuel. And now look, I think some of us are Nigerians. You know, when there are Nigerians, when our national side is playing against Ghana or Cameroon, then all our youth are Nigerians. And the level of patriotism and fervor, it tends to be very, very high. There are moments when I've been very proud to be a Nigerian. One of those is when we handled Ebola. When some of our young doctors, especially that woman in Lagos, who actually gave her life literally to save the country from the spread of Ebola. She fought this Liberian whom, in my view, deliberately brought Ebola into this country to spread it. He was a PhD holder. He was an international consultant. He knew what he carried. He entered the plane. He spoke with people. He shook hands. He came deliberately to spread it. I don't know who sent him, but our doctors and nurses fought this guy to a standstill. You know, they paid with their lives, they sacrificed, and you know, Lagos State rose up to the occasion, and you know, we were able to control this wicked virus. That is one shiny moment in Nigeria. There are a few. There are very, very, very few, very suspended moments when I have felt proud to be a Nigerian. But we cannot say that totally, you know, we are not, and so on and so forth. You know, even in Yoruba land, at the end of the day, I have a friend, you know, who is from Egba. He will tell me things like, you know, all these Yorubas, you know, Egbas are the only pure ones. You know, Egba means all of us together. So anybody is not Egba, please, he's not the same as all others. So we are superior. Voila. What about the Ijebu man? What about the Ibadan man? He will say, I'm more cosmopolitan. I'm the big elephant. So who are you, small rabbits, talking to me? So there are what Karl Marx calls secondary contradictions. Nigeria is the primary contradiction, but even within our community, there are, you know, there are communities in Igbo that say, these are a number of people. You want to leave us with them? Never, never. No, they are too aggressive and all that. This is what Enugu people will say. So there are secondary contradictions. So should we go back to the 1963 Constitution? I think we must be careful there. There are elements of the 1963 Constitution, you know, especially the federal list and the regional list. The regional list was more. And so you had a decentralized structure. That was a decentralized framework. That was good. But the First Republic failed precisely because of the 1963 federal structure. The landmass of the North was 2/3 of the rest of the country. And in fact, it violated one of the fundamental principles of federalist theory, which says that, you know, for a federation to be a stable and prosperous one, no region should be so overwhelming in its preponderance that it spreads fear and insecurity among the other members of the federative unit. That is partly why the First Republic failed. And if this is the case, you cannot say, let us bring back the 1963 Constitution in its entirety. We can pick those things that matter. Honestly speaking, if you ask me, we need an 8 federal structure, 4 regions in the north, 4 regions in the south. In the north, we should have north, the core area, Sharia north, right? We have northwest, northeast. Then you come to Middle Belt Central. We should have Central East, Central West. Then you have Western Nigeria, you have Midwest, you have East, and then you have Niger Delta. So it will be a win-win and a fair division of the whole thing. 4 regions in the north, 4 in the south, and possibly with a, you know, rotating presidency. There's nothing wrong with that. Switzerland has a rotating presidency and one of the richest countries in the world. So there's nothing wrong with a rotating presidency. There's nothing wrong with it. If we have to fight so bad, you see, because all constitutions are based on the hard lessons of life and the hard lessons of experience. If we are now realizing that with this defective constitution you have, somebody within 8 years can do so much damage to a country, then it is dangerous to leave power in the hands of soft people for a prolonged period of time. So constitutional conventions, constitutional principles are based on historical experiences and the unique national conditions of every country. That is what I would say. But restructuring, I believe, is the only way out for many reasons. This 1999 constitution is based on a lie. It says, its opening paragraph is, "We the people." So Samuel, tell me, where did you and me sit down and we agreed on this contraption? We did not agree on it. It's a lie. For all you know, that constitution could have been written by the devil, by Lucifer himself. Nobody knows who wrote it. And because of that, it is ipso facto illegitimate. Secondly, it has so many jurisprudential mischiefs, too many for me to recount. And I believe that in its letter and spirit, it has compromised the secular status of our constitutional order that has been agreed since Lord Lugard, since 1940. This current constitution is an abuse of that constitutional contract and constitutional compact. And by that virtue, it must be repudiated as being illegitimate. And then thirdly, they have gerrymandered many of the constituencies, local governments, creating so many out of nowhere, favoring some people more, and ensuring that, like in Kaduna State, we are the majority. People don't know that. But they gave the North 2 senatorial districts and gave us only 1, so that the majority become the minority, and the minority become politically the majority. This is injustice. This is inequity. So, this constitution must be changed, but we must seek a legal and constitutional way of doing it. There should be a referendum, there should be a process. And I agree, if you look at it from the point of games theory, people who are benefiting from the system, and they are there, they use the constitution to put themselves as majority in the assembly. So they cannot now sit over and restructure it to displease themselves. So we must continue to pressure on them until such a moment that people see reason and see the need to create a new constitution. And by the way, it's a badly written constitution. The prose is poor, it's very unimaginative, and it's full of inequities. And I don't think we should continue with it. So, but the agitation must continue. Thank you, Samuel.
We call on Nika to read a few questions that were sent, and Dr. Mailafia, so that we can take many people. Shorten your answers, please. Nika, please read some questions.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to come speak on this platform. The audience sent so many wonderful questions, and unfortunately we don't have time to get to all of them, but there are a few that we've selected to hopefully address in this time. One of the questions was regarding the role of the youth in the Nigerian political system and how you think that the youth can use their platform to achieve some of the goals that you've outlined in today's interview.
Which platform, sorry?
Just the youth in Nigeria. What
Yes.
can they do to help achieve these goals that you've mentioned?
Okay. Well, thank you. Very important. Thank you, Nika, for that question. It's quite interesting. I've always said that woe betide that country that ignores and neglects its youth, because it can only be digging its own grave. For one thing, the youth are the majority. The youth are the majority in this country. Women are the majority, and yet they have not been empowered. They are not in the heart of our national development efforts like they ought to be. We need to open a new leaf. I'm very proud of the Nigerian youth. I'm very proud of them. With NSAS, they did very well. The whole thing was nonviolent, and I'm a believer in nonviolence. They were non-violent, they were peaceful. And then some people shipped in people who came with daggers and guns. And then we know about the Lekki incident. And then a lot of other things that happened. But I'm very proud of the Nigerian youth. Now, the Nigerian youth also have difficulties. Let's be very honest with ourselves. There are social deviances. Many of our families are broken, and the universities are not what they used to be. During our time, universities were citadels of moral correctness. But they've changed today. I mean, when a lecturer is demanding to sleep with a young girl before he gives her grades, that is abominable. I started lecturing in the university when I was 22. And, but it never crossed my mind to ever even look at my students. Some of them were even older than me, to look at them in any other way than as my students at that time. So, I mean, unfortunately today, and if universities corrupt young people through this kind of thing, even giving money for grades or giving sex for grades, when they graduate, what kind of moral formation would they have had? They will feel that all life is about the highest bidder and what you can give in return, not your own merit, that kind of thing. So it's a major challenge. And I don't blame the youth for it, but you see, they've gone through a particular type of socialization. So that some of us that was totally alien to some of us. I'm not saying we're paragons of good behavior, but definitely some of those excesses like cults, student cults, and things like that. In our time, those were unheard of. And then drugs have become a big problem. If you go places like Kano, almost 70% of youth, so it's a problem, and not just Kano, but all over the country. Well, big problems of drugs, and a drugged society eventually becomes a society that is unstable in character and in morality. But Nigeria must invest in its young people. I would love to see all students who pass into higher education to have some sort of grant or not, no matter how small. They should have access to some grant that at least covers feeding and books, purchase of books and fees. I would love to see that. But it should be based on means-tested methods. So if your parents are very wealthy, I don't think you will need it. But if you come from a very poor home, and especially women, especially all women who are doing sciences, give them automatic scholarships, full scholarships, to encourage women in the sciences, in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And for those who cannot get grants, make loans available at 0% interest. I would love to see that universally applied to all the higher institutions in Nigeria, from colleges of education, nursing schools, universities, polytechnics, and the rest of them. That would be a great help to a lot of young people. Now, some of our students have been criticized, young people have been criticized a lot. But I lived in Brussels. You go into some supermarkets and you hear Nigerian music being played. Two-Face, Dibanj, and it's very pleasing. I was shocked. In Caribbean, I saw the same thing. And the Pacific Islands, they were crazy about Nigerian films, all made by young people with very little help from government. The head of the man in charge of Fiscal, he was in Nigeria 2 years ago. He was very impressed with what young Nigerians are doing in technology. So the Nigerian youths are very gifted, and we must do everything to encourage them, to harness those talents for national development. When people don't have a means for self-expression, they go into negative things, and they say that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Thank you, Nika.
Nika, one more question that was sent because we have audience here, 9 of them already waiting. Check.
Of course. On a very similar note, in order to fund the education sector effectively, the federal government, of course, does need to reduce her debt burden. How would you recommend the government address lowering the current debt burden in order to facilitate education and grants for so many people?
Well, I think that we should reduce our appetite for loans. And like I said, take most of the loans in Naira, take them at home. If you must take foreign ones, take only for projects that have guaranteed return on investments, like capital projects, investment projects, power, steel complexes, rail lines, and all that. Don't take for consumption or for expenditure for recurrent consumption. That doesn't make sense at all. That's number one. Number two, I would make it a law that no item on the budget should exceed education. Education should carry the highest budget in the country. Not military, no, not military. Education should be the number one priority for any country, especially for Nigeria. And not just, but let's be very careful. The kind of pedagogy we have now is not productive. Where the teaching methods are to memorize and regurgitate, whereas the real education is the one that is based on problem solving. Now remembering, who was Mungo Park? What is the longest river in Nigeria, in Africa? What does it help you to remember? Most important thing is to be able to solve problems, to have a mind that is creative, and that should be the focus and the foundation of the pedagogy of the future. And you may have heard the story that a very famous principal of a college he met the vice chancellor of a very famous university, and they were having a conversation. The vice chancellor was accusing the principal that the kind of products you are sending to my university are so terrible. They are so very low. I can't imagine. I mean, what are you guys doing in those schools? And the principal told him back, I said, look, Mr. Vice Chancellor, it is the result of the products you sent me. They are the ones teaching these ones, and we are just returning to you what the baggage you brought us. So these things, are interlinked. So quality education, high standards, rigorous curriculum, relevant curriculum, based on problem solving rather than memorization. This is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nika. Let me go back to Ademola Akintoye. Dr. Mailafia, please make your answers short.
Okay.
Right. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. How are you, Demola?
Very well, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Very well, thank you, sir. It's been great listening. It's been wonderful listening to you. As usual, it's an excursion in learning, and I think this has been useful for me. But my question, Dr. Mailafia, yes, with all that we have agreed about concerning Nigeria, we have an existential problem. You talked about it last year, and we all also know about it, where we are confronted with arms and so on. An agenda to Fulanize Nigeria and also Islamize Nigeria. We agree that the constituent nations of Nigeria ought to have the means to express themselves. and also to determine their own future, which we call self-determination. My question is, it is all right to dream, it's all right to wish to optimize Nigeria, but what do you think is going to happen in the future? What are the Nigerian nations going to do? Looking into the future now. This is different from dreaming. This is what the reality of what they are likely to do in the future, given referendums and so on. What do you think Nigeria is going to do? What do you think the constituent nations of Nigeria are going to do? Now, I'm sorry, I have to apologize that I have refused to put on my lights here. Recently, we were attacked over 3 months, viciously attacked, and a gun was pointed at my wife, and all of our physical assets were destroyed. So I was actually going to ask the question without the video. Prof asked me to switch on my video.
Okay,
so this is limited, attenuated video.
Sure, thank you.
But the question is, what are we going to do?
Sure, thank you,
Aburomi
Demola. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry about what happened, and I can fully empathize. And, you know,
yes,
your daddy has been in this struggle, and I have the highest respects for him, for his courage. Look, keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
I think we should all keep doing what you're doing. I don't want to sound like, you know, John in the book of Revelation said, let the sinner continue in his sins and let the good man continue in his goodness. But, you know, but let everyone be doing what they are doing, and because agitation has its place. Because if you don't agitate, everybody thinks you're happy with the situation and everything is all right. So I wouldn't, look, we have different methods, we have different approaches. And I wouldn't say yours is better than mine, mine is better than yours. But let 1,000 flowers bloom. For now, I'm feeling that let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. And if it doesn't work, then, you know, we can close shop. Because in the corporate world, if a company becomes insolvent and simply cannot continue in business, you know, it has to be, you know, it has to go into receivership. So we should continue and let's see what happens. Maybe, you know, some people somewhere will have sense enough to call people to a round table and to have a proper conversation on the way forward, so that our country will breathe a sigh of relief. So I would say let's let 1,000 flowers bloom. My greatest worry is I've been a bit of a student of political philosophy, and when you come across the writings of people like Carl Schmitt of Germany, he wrote The Meaning of the Political, very famous. It goes back to ancient Greece that, you know, the foundations of the political community are based on a certain level of fellow feeling. That people belong together and have a sense of a common destiny. When people begin to feel that they are enemies, then there is no more political community. It ceases to exist. Actually, what exists is a state of war. Unfortunately, we are reaching that level where we are becoming like enemies with those that we are facing this problem. And then that one is a very dangerous threshold, because between enemies, there is no more dialogue, there's no more conversation, there's only war. And we are reaching that point, you know, based on, you know, the philosophy of Carl Schmitt, you know, what, you know, this principle that he brought up about the enemy and friend within the political community. So I'm afraid it's a very dangerous threshold. I wouldn't know what will happen in future, but I'm hoping that the doors of hope will never be closed. Thank you very much, Demola.
Thank you. Daniel George. Daniel George. Daniel George. Yes, please.
Good evening. Thank you for this very auspicious opportunity to be part of this program and conference. Dr. Sir, I would say that to actually been in communication before now. We met some times ago at a conference in Abuja held by the Defense Nigerian Defense Academy. And tonight, I'm very, very attentive to your talks, and I'm very, very satisfied to an extent. You have talked about several questions, and those are editing. This moment, let's take a leap into history.
Daniel, can you write down your question in chat so I will read it?
Yes.
Because the system is not working. Can you go type your question, please? And then I will read it to him.
Okay.
Bankole Adams. Bankole Adams.
Yes. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for taking time here. I want to say, first of all, you're one of the people that give some of us in diaspora hope, that still give us hope about Nigeria. Thanks for always standing up for the truth all the time, irrespective of the danger it might cost you. That said, I think you're one of the few voices from the North, and there are sometimes maybe Professor Shehu Sani, just a few disjointed progressive voices from the North that really speak the truth and have the heart of moving Nigeria forward, irrespective of their own location. Is it possible that we will hear a more uniform voice from the likes of you? Because we have noise from people like the Northern Coalition saying things that sometimes seem very offensive to the rest of the country. It will really be nice if we have leaders from the North that will neutralize or counteract these offensive noises coming from the North that is tearing the nation apart. And more so, if you're able to galvanize such kind of coalition of voice of reason from the North, is that coalition able to influence some of the members of the National Assembly? The North has a majority in there, and we've seen lately the National Assembly has been, they have a penchant for passing bills that alienate the rest of the people. So I'm just wondering if you, sir, can be a force that will galvanize some of the leaders of thought from the North to really give us some more refreshing and more hopeful news from the North. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Bankole. Well, you are right, you use the word disjointed. It's true. Senator Shehu Sani is in Kaduna these days. I'm somewhere else. But yeah, I mean, we need to talk more, and we need to coordinate. And you are very right. We are not doing enough of that. That is an issue. But thank you for the challenge. I will take it up. I think we need to be more coordinated. We need to speak more with a common voice. And that is very, very important. Now, having said that, you also probably need to realize that there is nothing like a united North. It doesn't exist anymore. when some of us were children, we were very young, you know, we would interact a lot. We go to holiday at each other's houses. Salah, we celebrated. Christmas, we celebrated together. And I can tell you for the last 15 years, nothing of that kind. Even though people that I thought were very close friends, we don't interact anymore. We don't interact on a personal level, not anymore. Our children don't. Our children are growing up aliens to each other, basically. And I ask myself, you know, based on what Carl Schmitt said, we are becoming more of enemies than friends. And can you build a political community on that basis? The answer is very difficult. I don't think you can. So the North is no longer one monolithic entity. There are very deep divisions, very deep fissures. There are wounds that are not healing fast enough. They probably will never heal. You know, and if there are wounds in a relationship, it's difficult to just use Band-Aid. You have to go to the root of the problem. That's where we are. Thank you so much, Dr. Bankole.
Well, that's an important point on interactions at personal level. I'm hearing it for the first time.
Yeah.
Very frightening.
It is.
Chris Gankon. Chris Gankon?
Good afternoon, Dr. Mailafia.
Yes, hello, Ambassador. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm calling you from California, United States.
Fantastic. How is the sunny state?
We thank God. Everything is fine. Thank you so much for inviting me to this forum. And I want to also thank the organizers, Professor Tony, and all the organizers. Thank you for the good job you're doing. I just wanted to
I can't hear you.
Unmute yourself, please. Your voice.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I want to ask you a question about what those of us in the diaspora can do to help Nigeria move forward. Some of us are looking at the issues. You have mentioned most of these issues, and we are aware of it. And looking at what the current government is doing and the Fulani agendas, we're thinking, what do you think? Are there practical steps that Nigerians can take to unite themselves and call a spade and mention to the whole world that what is happening in Nigeria is unacceptable? This is Fulani agenda that is being propagated by the Buhari's regime, and that the world need to understand that the problem of Nigeria is actually the president and his tribal men that are pulling the narrative of trying to use religion to divide Nigeria. I don't know what step do you think that we in the diaspora can take to really help the people in Nigeria?
Well, thank you so very much, my brother Chris. I think a very important question. I think you should, and in fairness, don't shortchange yourself. The diaspora have done a lot.
Yes.
In fact, in some cases, they have done more than people back home. You know, we are seeing demonstrations around embassies from Japan to France to London to, you know, Germany. We are seeing, you know, peaceful demonstrations by members of the diaspora, you know, fighting for the rights of Nigerian people. And in fact, you guys have been very patriotic, but you can do more. One thing I must tell you though is I'm beginning to feel that somehow there is a deliberate conspiracy of silence about what is happening in Nigeria, because the American government is not saying much. The British government is not saying much. The EU is not saying much. And I suspect that these people have been lobbying. We hear allegedly that they have been lobbying a lot. Newspapers, radio houses, televisions, to make sure there is a blackout on the atrocity. In fact, they have even tried to warn media houses and editors in Nigeria not to publish graphic details of any killings in Nigeria. And they've extended it abroad. And above all, the United Nations. The United Nations announced last month that 345,000 children have been killed. Children have been killed in the Northeast over the last 12 years. And you know, they mention it just quietly as though it is just numbers, you know. So if 345,000 children were killed in the Northeast, how many adults were killed in the same Northeast? What about the rest of the country? What about the Middle Belt? You know, when I tried to do the permutations, honestly, the implication was very frightening. If we are not careful, the number of casualties may be approaching 1 million. When 900,000 were killed in Rwanda, that genocide sent shockwaves throughout the country. Admittedly, we're a large country. But if the UN can just announce that 345,000 children were killed, and then it's neither here nor there, it's just a piece of information. I ask myself, what kind of United Nations do we have? Do they understand the mandate of what the UN stands for, the UN Charter? Have they even heard of Dag Hammarskjöld, who laid the foundations of a moral United Nations that must intervene in serious situations, or even their responsibility to protect, which has now become a principle in international law, put forward by the late Kofi Annan. The people, the pack at the UN now, are totally immoral creatures who don't give a damn at all. That is my conclusion. It is very cynical. It is very iniquitous. So I fear that behind that conspiracy of silence, there is a more sinister agenda that is shared between the Fulanis and some of these world powers who have agreed that even if 1 million people were killed, we should just suppress the voices, keep it under the carpet. After all, you know, there are too many Black people in the world anyway. But I think we should continue to do more, organize yourselves more, agitate more, and write strong representations to your legislators, your congressmen, you know, the relevant authorities. Continue to agitate about what is happening in Nigeria. And your voices can never be suppressed. So thank you so very much once again.
Mr. Abiodun Olomola. Unmute, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Mailafia.
Thank you.
I've not missed any of your presentation that you have been in, and I'm always impressed by your presentation and your answers to questions. Now, today, earlier on, you said that you belong to Martin Luther King School of Thought.
Yes.
That is a non-violent, a peaceful approach towards solving issues, situations. Yes. Now, if we that here look critically at the body language of this present government, from my point of view, they don't seem to want to change. They are already pressing on, they are already planning the 2023 election. Mm-hmm. They are already, and if you can see what they're doing, they're already trying to remove obstacles that can prevent them from going ahead with their plan. They want to carry on and impose their candidates on the rest of the country. Now, this will not be acceptable to quite a large number of people in the country. And so, which means the approach you want, that is the peaceful approach, because they don't seem to want to negotiate, or they want to call anybody to round table, or to want to listen to whatever you want to say. So what don't you think a violence will erupt in the country eventually? And what would you blame the people for that?
Not at all. I wouldn't blame people, not at all. If I was a young man, I spent 7 years instead of 4 years in college because of ASU strike and the rest. After national service, for 5 years, I don't have a job. And I'm wandering the streets. My parents are getting very embarrassed and feeling so sorry for me. And I see the sons of these people, driving fast cars, jobs are waiting for them even before they graduate. Definitely, I will feel very violent. I will feel very bitter. So I can't blame them, but I don't recommend it. Look, civil disobedience has very powerful force. If all of us down tools, all of us, for 1 week, they will have to see reason whether they like it or not. They will have to see reason. Because Martin Luther King said, you can only be a slave master when somebody has agreed to be your slave. And when they have refused to be your slave, you are not a slave master anymore. So they will be on their own. If we down tools for a week and they don't behave, we down tools for a 7 week, the whole country ceases to go to work until there is a change, until we see that they are answerable to our demands. Something will give, something will happen. The problem with violence is that it doesn't solve much. It destroys, it creates more pain and more hatred. I'm not saying that non-violence doesn't. Even those of us who practice non-violence, we have seen it. We have seen the threats of violence on us. And it doesn't mean that you are any safer. But I find that in our situation, it is the best approach. We can down tools and continue to down tools until the series, and even if they are deaf and dumb and blind, in the end they will have to come to their senses one way or the other. No doubt about it. We said that we haven't tried it enough. They used force on those young people because they were reaching that threshold of that peaceful demonstration. They were reaching that peaceful threshold, that would have been so effective, and then they brought people with daggers and guns to come and slaughter innocent people. It was shameful. What I saw in Abuja, you see them carrying daggers and throwing it into the crowd, and that sort of thing. It was very ominous. But let's not give up on agitation in a nonviolent way. It can work. It can work.
Doctor, how about if they go ahead and said, oh, they've done election and they said, oh, this person has won and that person has won, without, even if people don't really vote for them?
Well, you see, you are asking me now to divulge all my methods. I wouldn't divulge all my nonviolent methods because, we're in this public forum. So I think let's leave it at that. But there are ways in which it will work, and it has worked in many settings.
Asmia Biriok?
Yes.
Asmia Biriok, please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to unmute myself. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Obadiah Mailafia.
Thank you, Casimir. How are you?
I'm pretty cool. And you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I know you've been doing a lot within the community in terms of how we can move forward.
Thank you.
My number one worry is that, isn't it possible for us to see that Nigeria is restructured before the next election? Isn't it possible? Because I think that would be the best way forward. Because if we allow this election to take place under the present structure, it is possible that it may take us another 4 or 5 years before anybody talk about restructuring. So is it not possible for the whole Nigerian to insist that there has to be a new structure before the next election?
No, thank you so much, my brother Casimir. I think it's a very important question. And it's not for me just sitting here and saying yes to it. It requires a coalition of Nigerians, like-minded Nigerians with deep convictions, who can walk the talk and, make a very strong case, pool their energies together and make a very strong case and demonstrate for it, peaceful demonstration for it, on a continuous and sustained scale. If we want it enough, we will have it. But again, it looks as if we're sleepwalking into another transition that will bring, I can tell you, the people coming, if we allow them, they'll be worse than the man who is there now. They'll be worse. Because this one is not well, and I pray for his recovery. The Bible says we should pray even for our enemies, and he's not my enemy, by the way. But we pray for him. We pray that God will heal him and give him strength. But I can tell you the people coming after him, they are very healthy, and they are more greedy, and they will be more wicked, but they're more wicked in their ways. So we should not sleepwalk into another disaster that is worse than already what we're having. And I don't think there can be any worse disaster, but if we allow it, it can happen. So we need a coalition that, that will say, no, we will not have this.
Thank you.
To happen. Thank you.
Amos Huma.
Thank you.
Amos, yes, please. Unmute. Unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. How are you, Mr. Amos?
I'm fine, sir.
Well done.
It's been a while.
Yes, thank you.
I have just one question for you, sir.
Yes.
You've talked about the killings, the colonization, the insecurity all over the country. I want to know, do we expect anything or a different scenario after 2023? Because the people are tired. The Southern Kaduna people, the Middle Belt and everywhere, everybody's asking, when will this insecurity come to an end? When are we going to hit a set of relief? So that's the question, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. Well, I wish I could give you an answer, but I have no ready-made answer as to when this thing will stop, or if it will stop at all. One thing is clear to all of us is that there is an agenda. These people don't work in terms of 1 or 2 years. They work in terms of 20, 30, even 50 years. That is how far they go in their thinking. And they use a doctrine called the doctrine of fitna. It's an Arabic word, and it has been Hausanized to pitina. When somebody is doing pitina for you, he's like a bully in the schoolyard. He's always harassing you, so that you will just give up. That is the doctrine they are using. The second military doctrine they are using is the doctrine of savagery. That they will be so atrocious in their brutality that you will be so dazed and shocked that you will leave everything for you, surrender. And that is the doctrine they are using: surprise, savagery, and fitna. The most important thing is to understand the thinking of the enemy. He's thinking long term. He wants to crush your spirit, your very spirit, so that you don't have even the courage to stand up to him. So we need to understand, and we need to build a stronger sense of community. We need to build a stronger sense of community. I'm a man of nonviolence, but if somebody is coming to attack your family, I cannot say, don't defend your family. I could never say such a thing. It's a natural justice that you must defend your community, you must defend your state. I am preaching nonviolence, but I am a realist enough to understand that there are situations where people must defend their communities, and you cannot deny them that right. You cannot deny them that right. So we don't know what happened. I'm so pessimistic that I don't think there's a liberal one among them. They have the same ideology, a very evil and pernicious ideology that is against humanity, really. That's what it is. But if all Nigerians rise up, for example, I don't know why people are eating beef. If all of us decide that for 1 year we're not going to touch beef, we can cripple the economic basis. We can cripple it. Just so, because if you don't eat beef, in fact, if you are at least 40, eating beef is not even very good for your health.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can decide to say no more beef for the next 1 year, until this Fulani stop their Fulanization and the killing of innocent people. We're not going to eat their beef.
Amba Daniel, please.
Thank you.
Amba Daniel. Amba Daniel. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Prof.
Thank you. How are you?
Good evening to all
participants. How are you,
Dr. Obadiah
Mailafia? Daniel, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, Dr.
You recently
Obadiah
successfully
Mailafia.
defended you recently defended your PhD in monetary economics. Well done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Well done.
Thank you for your support.
Yes.
I want to thank the organizers for creating this platform and having you today. For me, it's been emotional and I'm feeling nostalgic. But just this question for you, Dr. Obadiah. The physical arrangement we have in Nigeria creates some space for state governors to complement the efforts of the federal government in nation building. Do you think the state governors are living up to expectations in terms of creating job opportunities, protecting lives and property of their indigents? Why is so much attention given to the federal when the state governors are not being put into check and follow up to see that what they collect or generate in terms of internal revenue and federal allocation is being utilized for the benefit of the indigents? Thank you.
So thank you. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Daniel. That's a very important question too. Well, I think some of them are doing well, some are not doing so well. I mean, we cannot generalize. There are some that are doing reasonably well. There are some, it's a mixed grill, it's a mixed bag, but I think that the economic foundations are very critical to prosperity. And you are right, all development is local. The federal only sits at the top there and so on, with a bird's eye view, but the real development is at the grassroots. And this is where local governments are and the authority of the state governors is. Some are doing reasonably well. Some are investing heavily in agriculture, in industries, in projects. Some are doing reasonably well. Others are not doing so well. But with regard to security, I think a lot of it, some of the governors are really trying. they've put in laws like Benue State has put in anti-grazing laws, and they are not just saying it in just the letters of the law, they are enforcing it. They are enforcing it rigorously, and it is working. It is just that some of the people coming in are not even cattle owners. They are just people mostly from foreign countries, Fulanis from foreign countries with heavy military grade weapons, going about rampaging and killing people. But you must also understand, I'm not a spokesman for anybody, but you must, any governor, any government, but you must understand also that in our constitution, even though the governors are the chief law enforcement officers of the state, no governor can command one soldier or one DSS or one police. They are completely under federal authority. If he needs them to come and do anything, he has to go through that process. And it can take some days. When you need somebody, right now they're attacking people, they can take their days to come, or they can decide not to even respond at all. In Jos recently, the Fulanis came and were killing people in Rukuba, Miango, and the army were not far away. And when people went and asked the army, they said no, they were not given orders to react. So in such a situation, there's nothing much the governor can do. In Dogo Nahawa, when they killed 700 people there some years back, Governor Jonah Jan, called the GOC and pleaded with him. The man just ignored him. He came long after the killings had been done. So you ask yourself, is this thing not deliberate? Are they not there really to fulfill an agenda? And the agenda is genocide and Fulanization. No doubt about it. Thank you.
Sariu Yusuf. Sariu. Yes, please, mute.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for this privilege. And it's an honor actually being here.
Yes,
Doctor. Yes.
Yes. How are you, Zari?
Yes, I'm doing fine.
Fantastic.
So I am thinking the issue here is more than, I mean, the security challenge we have is more of a symptom of what's bigger. For instance, when we talk about restructuring, you would realize already the dominance of a particular people, of a particular section of the country, of a particular religion of the country has already been incorporated in the system. So do we look forward to anything fair in terms of reviewing the constitution or allowing for a referendum and all of that from what is currently on ground? Which I would go further to say I doubt if that would happen, because like you mentioned earlier, it's not possible to dominate the higher and the lower houses and pass any law that does not guarantee my dominance in any way. So I keep contemplating how exactly do we go about dealing with this issue? Because as far as the security structure is concerned, like you mentioned, the speed with which the security respond to when a particular set of people tend to be at the losing end is different from the speed with which they respond when another set. I think I would just give a brief example of Kajuru. I remember there were a series of attacks. Sometimes even overnight, you have 2 or 3 waves. And then on a particular day, I think one boy ran out of log and got killed by the community because they got tired of the attack and they decided to defend themselves. And immediately, I think the presence of the governor, some top generals and all of that were in that locality. And tens of arrests were made, even
exactly
more than 100, just within a matter. With this kind of structure, what alternative way could we actually, how do we go about it to make sure that something is restructured where, like you said, the minority does not just become the majority because someone imposed it that way, and the majority does not become the minority because somebody imposed it that way. Yeah, so that basically is the concern I want to raise.
Thank you so much, Zari. I mean, you've asked a difficult question. I mean, I think that question surfaced again in a different way earlier.
Okay.
There are no easy answers to that. If we went on a massive, non-violent downing of tools, the whole country, we say, no, we are not having our country like this. And we down tools and don't do massive civil disobedience on a mass scale.
Yeah.
The nonsense will have to stop. Something will have
that's
to
right.
No doubt.
That's right. That's right.
It's not that maybe we're not hungry enough for freedom. We're not hungry enough for liberty. But I can tell you, when we are hungry enough for it, something will have to happen. They will have to shift ground. No doubt.
Yeah, that's right. I think the mastery of the core northern elites in employing religion, especially in how they quelled the NSAS protest. Some illiterates were brought in and told it was a jihad, so they just went into the streets of Abuja and they felt they were doing it for religion when it was political. So I think that makes it also impossible. If from the south it comes up, once it comes to the north, you just throw religion and then it kills everybody.
Exactly. Yeah. That's how the Almajiri are being used. That is the purpose of the Almajiri. They deny them education so that whatever they are told, they accept it. Somebody told me that if you go to Metropolitan Kano and you just bring a lorry and tell people, give them 200 and say, enter this lorry. They will not ask you why. They will collect the 200 and enter. You take them to another end of Kano, you give them 500 and say, okay, go to that house and burn it. They will not even ask you why, they will just go and launch it. That is Karl Marx called them the lumpen proletariat. They have no education, they have no consciousness, they are there to be used for the elites. And they are often very violent and very destructive.
Yeah.
The same people who beheaded Gideon Akaluka. Put his head on a stick.
And
went about dancing with it. Because his wife, who was baking akara, she saw a piece of paper, she picked it, and they said it was part of a holy book and that she had desecrated it.
It was just an Arabic writing, that's all.
They revenged on husband by chopping off his head, putting it on a stake, and going up and down about it. And you are telling me that Igbos should not feel aggrieved. This is the kind of evil that our country is capable of doing, based on people who have become a reserve army to be deployed on meaningless, nihilistic violence. This is what is happening to our country. Anyway, thank you so very much, Zari.
Marvel.
Thank you so much, sir. It's been a great and enlightening evening.
Thank you.
I want to go straight to my question. Why should I, as a young Nigerian entrepreneur, continue to invest all I have in the nation called Nigeria, rather than the popular opinion of having a plan B to relocate out of here till there is a true security of life, property, economic, and social rights?
Well, thank you, Marvel. You are a marvelous man, and you've asked me a marvelous question. Thank you so much. I don't think you should give up on Nigeria. Honestly, Marvel, you should not give up on Nigeria because there is hope for this country. We know we live in difficult days. My feeling is that this is probably the worst it can ever get. And we can only look up from here, from this vantage point. So I wouldn't give up. Of course, if you have a better opportunity that you can go out for, why not? I wouldn't say you shouldn't go. But it should not be that our first instinct is to look for greener pastures elsewhere. Number one, there are no real pastures anywhere, and they are not always very green. So people living abroad also have difficulties of their own. One way or the other. If you go to Europe, you go to North America, life can be hard, especially if you are new, you don't have something doing much. And in Nigeria, lots of opportunities for young people, that you can explore. And if you're doing something good in entrepreneurship and business, you can develop. You need to be strong and determined and focused. And then talk to people who have ideas that they can share with you and mentor you and encourage you. You can make it. There are young people in Nigeria doing wonderful things. Young people doing very wonderful things. So please, young man, don't give up. Don't give up.
Ayodelia Falabi.
Good evening, Dr. Obadiah. My name is Ayodelia Falabi.
Hello, Ayodelia, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm fine. It's good to, I love when I see people that give us, especially we the youth, the message of hope. Because what is going around the entire, today I was almost crying. 25 people being murdered here, coming from Undo. The other side, 5 people just being killed. It's just terrible news all over. And I'm just sweating and I look at myself. I live abroad. I'm here in Scotland. I'm a civil servant here. I've got the opportunity to work as a civil servant in Nigeria. I can work it out, but my mind is always home.
Yes.
Including my children, my family. But that aside, my question to you, I'm going to make it very short. It's going to be based on devolution and state police. And I'm going to make this, ask this question based on one of your statements tonight. Stronger sense of community, you said, that we must work for it, which is, I know we are all in this together. We are just asking you these questions tonight so that we can know your thought about things. My number one question is, looking at Amoteku today, yesterday and today, looking at the Northern Security outfit that was created and the one in Igbo land, can I ask, what is your thought about state police? Do you think we are ready? That is question number one. Number two is about devolution. The federal government, they don't know at this moment that they are having a lot of load on their head. And it's a burden. I live in Scotland. I don't have anything. I work under the federal government. I was just been transferred from England, Milton Keynes, to Glasgow. And I don't have anything to do with them at the Westminster. All I have to do is communicate with my local government. What do you think the federal government should do? Because we know that devolution is a transfer of power and funding from national to local. And this is one of the problems our local government are having. Do you think they need to empower them more, give them more power, let the funding go to them straight? How do you think they can do that? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Ayodele, and glad to hear from you from Scotland. State police, I think the time for it is now. I think the time for it is now. It's a very good idea. But my model of the state police is the one they have in India. In India, they have a central training system for the police. Then after the training, they will send you back to your home area, where you're going to serve. And so they have that kind of structure in India. So the training, the standards are the same across the whole country. But then you serve in your own particular home state. If you're from Uttar Pradesh, you go back to Uttar Pradesh and you serve there. If you are from Chennai, you go back to Chennai and you serve there. And the system works very well. The issue, the fear a lot of people have is that they don't want a situation where the governors will now begin to use the state police as their own personal weapons to deal with political opponents. So the leadership of the police system must be done carefully. The structure should be such that if there is a state commissioner of police who is like the head of the state, or commandant or chief of the police in the state, there should be standards. There should be autonomy in terms of their funding, and in terms of the chain of command. There should be principles in place as to how police can be deployed at the state level. It should not as if somebody wakes up one morning, he wants to deal with his opponent, he sends police to roughen them up or beat them up in the name of state police. We want to avoid that one. As for devolution, well, this is extremely important. I mean, much of what the discussion is really about, at the end of the day, about devolution and the need to decentralize the system. The principle is what in Europe is known as, there's a name for it. Basically subsidiarity. That's the word I was looking for. Subsidiarity. That whatever can be done at the local level, you use the local authority to do it, so that the higher levels will deal with those things that are within their sphere of competence. So that way, you are devolving power to the grassroots. Now, funding is always a key issue. Many of the local governments are complaining, and the federal government also saw that point to say that, look, that, a lot of the local government funding was no longer, the states were in charge, they were calling the shots, and a lot of this money was no longer reaching the local government as required. So that thing needs to be sorted out so that at the end of the day, enough is going into the local governments for them to be able to fulfill their functions, fulfill their role in a way that is acceptable to the local community. But you see, another big issue, especially in Nigeria, is public financial accountability. A friend of mine from Kano told me that, look, in their local government, all that happens is that the councillors, the chairman, they wait for the allocations to come. Once the allocations come, they just share it and they run away till the following month. They don't even stay in their offices until the following month they come back again. So it's as if local governments no longer exist. They only exist for the purpose of sharing whatever money comes. So that is not good enough. There must be proper accountability. That is the foundation of local government and devolution of powers. It has to go with accountability. Thank you so very much, Ayodele.
Silas. Mute, please. Do please send your question. Send your question on the chat. Send your question on the chat. Look at Jacob, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm calling from Jos, Nigeria. My question is in relation to the issue of restructuring. In the course of this discussion and even in other fora, restructuring seems to be what people consider will be the solution to the plethora of challenges we're having in Nigeria today. And even our daddy here, Dr. Mailafia, has referred to it severally. My question now is, when you talk about restructuring, some people look at it from the point of devolution of power, just as the issue I've just discussed now, some from the points of the state creation, some from point of secession and all of this. So, sir, my question is, when we are talking about restructuring, in your own view, what aspect or how do you see restructuring solving or bringing a way out, a way forward for Nigeria, considering our challenges in different facets. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Luca Jacob. Now, we spoke a little bit about the rationale for restructuring. I said, number one, the current constitution is based on a lie because it starts with we the people. Whereas in fact, you and I did not sit anywhere to agree on this constitution. Secondly, it is full of egregious mischiefs. A lot of things are in there that compromise the secular order of this country in a way that was never agreed, was presumed to be agreed, right from the 1914 amalgamation to this present day. And the country, the constitution that the British bequeathed us, the fundamental ground norm was not about what we are seeing. And thirdly, there are anomalies, in terms of demarcation of federal constituencies, local governments, and so on. Why should Kano, I have nothing against Kano. I love Kano. I visit Kano often. Why should Kano have 44 local governments with the same population as Lagos, but Lagos has only 24? I mean, what is the basis of it? For example, So all those issues necessitate the need to have a new constitution. Even if this one was a perfect one, it was not written by us, it could have been written by Lucifer for himself. Even if Lucifer wrote the best constitution, I will not accept it. It must be written by us. So that is the foundation, why we need a new constitution. What are the key elements? Well, we've spoken about devolution of power. We need maybe 8 regions, not more than 8 regions, 4 in the north, 4 in the south. We can keep the elements of the 1963 Constitution when it talks about the exclusive list and the main list and the local level list, such that more power, more responsibility is devolved to the local level, to the regional level, so that we reduce the power of the center that has been so colossal that it becomes a titanic zero-sum struggle. Because once you have it, you have everything. You can do and do. So you want to reduce that such that more power is devolved to the regions and to reduce that level of competition to capture the center. And some states are insolvent. The only solvent states that have strong IGR and could survive on their own are Lagos State, Ogun State, and to a lesser extent, Oyo State, and Kano, Port Harcourt. These are states that could survive on IGR. But for the majority, Yobe have almost 0, Jigawa have almost 0 IGR, you see? So if you have a viable federation, the federating units on principle should be financially and economically viable as federating units, not this kind of feeding bottle federalism that we're practicing today. It is not sustainable. So these are really the rationales for it. And this is really what the focus should be. A new constitution that enshrines the liberties of our people in a way that is clear and in a way that is justiciable. And having viable regions that can survive on their own without too much support from the federal sector. This is really what, for me, I understand restructuring to mean. But it is very important. And a lot of these people who are skeptical, I say, what do you mean by that? What will it involve? And because nobody somewhere has sat down, no coalition of Nigerians have come up with a document. Maybe we need to talk to Ford Foundation, talk to some of these things. Let a group of Nigerians come up with a coalition, with a document, well-researched document that makes a presentation in a solid written material as to what restructuring means for us.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps that would be the basis for real dialogue and discussion. But there's no such document up to now. So some people are genuinely afraid, because some people are saying, well, maybe some people are trying to break away, so they are bringing this agenda of restructuring or whatever it is. So, you know, that sort of thing. And those fears are not baseless in some cases.
Well, I will take 3 more because we've been here for he's been talking for 4 hours.
Wow.
So Nesta, please, Ma, go ahead. Unmute, Ma. Unmute.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Dr. Mailafia. Good evening.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. How are you doing?
Attendance, I'm fine.
Thank you.
My question is this: with what is happening in the country about insecurity and the killing and all sorts of evil going on in the country, and it's only a small percentage of the Nigerian population harassing the larger population of Nigerians. Now, my question is, why can't Nigerians unite as one to fight back in the way that you are talking? And if that doesn't work, then we go to this other stage. One, I see the Igbos fighting for themselves, and I see the Yorubas fighting for themselves. And then the other small tribe minorities, in their own way, everybody is trying to fight to defend themselves. And I'm wondering what is wrong with Nigeria, because all the system is against all of us in the same way. Why can't we come together and unite and fight these small minorities that are terrorizing the whole country? And so I'm asking, how can you do that to unite the remaining people of Nigeria so that we can come together and say no to this evil and wickedness that is going on in our country?
Thank you so very much, Nesta. This is very important. Well, you know, you've asked a question that is so crucial. And you said that all of us are facing the thing in the same way, but everybody is reacting individually or in terms of their group, these things. Yoruba are saying this is Otuduwa, Igbos are saying this is Biafra, and you know, I met somebody was sent me a video of somebody, they blocked the Auchi Benin Road, and somebody was crying, hey, yeah, man, look at, this is Benin Kingdom. Benin Kingdom that we're conquering everywhere. Now they've blocked the road, they're conquering us. You know, what can we do? He's worried about his own Benin people. So you are right. I mean, gone are the days when people operated on the basis of ideological principles. If you are a progressive with a socialist inclination, didn't matter tribe, you came together, it didn't even matter religion, really. You came together and you fought because you had a common cause, you know, and but I see, I'm a sympathizer with Socialist International. I'm not a Marxist, but I have certain socialist principles, you know, in association with Socialist International. But, you know, so I get a bit jittery when people are, you know, very tribal, because it's not necessarily a good thing. If you are an intellectual, you should not be a tribalist. You should not be a tribal jingoist. There are so many tribal jingoists that we, in fact, we take pride in it. But this is nothing to be proud of, to be just a tribal jingoist. So you are right. We need to come together beyond the ethnic dimension. And I can tell you, the Muslims in our community, they are not aggressive people. They are not killers. The Muslims in Yoruba land are very civilized, highly educated people, obeying, cosmopolitan, and very accommodating. That is the way it should be. These people, we don't know where they're coming from Futajalon or from somewhere. But you know, you may have heard of what happened in Central Africa a few years ago. The people rose up one day and chased all of them out of their country. All of them, they were chased out. So the people, when they are angry enough, they can react. In Central Africa, that's what happened. People woke up one day and said, enough is enough. They chased all of them out of their country. So we'll see what happens, but we have to unite and be strong. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Joseph Carey. On mute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for the opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Mailafia.
Hello, Reverend Dr. Joseph Carey. How are you, sir?
Thank you. This is the longest time I've sat for the recent time, and I'm not tired of listening to you.
Sorry. You know,
No,
after
I feel for you, not for myself. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No, fine.
But two questions. One borders on genocide. I believe by United Nations definition of genocide, which is killing members of a group of people, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting on a group of people, imposing measures intended to prevent people, and so on. I mean, I believe that the state in the Middle Belt and other parts of Nigeria, it has reached that threshold of genocidal thing. And what our question is, how can this narrative be sold to the international community that this is genocide, it's just beyond persecution, it's not conflict, but it's genocide? That's one. The second one, and the last one, is the land grabbing. As you have acknowledged, land grabbing in the Middle Belt is at a dimension that is unimaginable. Can there not be a legal process to start getting the land back legally? I mean, say a group of lawyers in Nigeria come up together and take this to either ICC or International Court of Law or ECOWAS, and because I believe there's a collusion. The current government is part of the collusion, and so can they be brought in? Can they be taken to court to start the process of land grabbing? As you would know, my experience that I did share with you that it took me 30 years to claim the land of my family from a Fulani chief in our village. 30 years. That's just one macroscopic situation. These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now, Reverend Dr. Joe, you are scaring me now. 30 years, took you 30 years to give this land. So if we start today...
30, Doctor. 30 years.
Your dad's land was one land, but you know, we have so many lands. So it might take 30 times 10, you know, and... You know, but you got me worried, but well done. At least you got it back.
Yeah.
So that is very good. Now, genocide is also ethnic cleansing, which is deliberately not only killing people, but deliberately trying to decimate their culture and their identity. They're trying to efface it from the surface of the earth by driving them away, destroying their places of worship, undermining them in every way, so that their identity will cease to exist. In addition to to killing and violence, and a lot of that ethnic cleansing is also taking place. And all of them form, of course, the genocide that we are talking about. But Joseph, it is deeply worrisome, because the Archbishop of Canterbury, for example, I'm told he's a friend to our president.
Yeah.
And with all the killings, the Archbishop of Canterbury has said nothing. And I don't know what kind of archbishop he is, but when people are killed on this staggering scale, and you put friendship ahead of morality and principle, then there is a problem. There is a problem. No wonder the Church of England is losing its way in such fundamental ways. Excuse me for saying this, for those who are adherents of the Church of England. I used to be myself. And I was on the Diocesan Council for Richmond and Kensington. for the Church of England when I was living in England and working there. But I'm very disappointed with what is happening. I think they have lost their way. They have lost their moral fiber. All these killings, they cannot pretend they are not seeing it and they don't know. They know everything. They're just turning a blind eye. Unfortunately, Western nations are not sympathetic to us. In fact, somebody told me that, look, they prefer the Fulanis because it's just like the Saudis. The Saudis are sitting on a lake of oil. They've handed over everything to them. And so they have a Faustian bargain with the Saudis. And they believe they can strike such a Faustian bargain with the Fulanis in Nigeria. They will hand over our country so that the Fulanis will give them whatever they want. Is it oil blocks or whatever it is they want? They are free to now have it. That is one theory I've heard. You know, the EU is saying nothing. You know, Britain is not saying much. The United States is not saying much. France, I wouldn't even mention France because people suspect that ISWAP is being funded by France, actually, because France sees Nigeria as a rival for influence in West Africa. So, you know, there you go. But there's a lot we can do. We should not give up. I still believe that in Europe, in the United States, there are still people of conscience. There are still people for whom the suffering of others affects our common humanity. And they would now feel that, you know, they can stand up for us. So we should not give up, please. The good Lord has placed some of you in those strategic places. It is for a purpose. And so please don't give up. Continue to speak out for the suffering people of Nigeria. And I believe that sooner or later, in the fullness of time, you know, they will respond to our cry, you know, and we back here will continue. We're not going to give up. We shall continue to agitate. We shall continue to speak truth to power. We will never surrender. We will never give up. As for the land grab, believe you me, even if it takes 100 years, we will reclaim back those lands. Make no mistake about it. There's a huge chunk of area around Kachia called Konduga.
Yeah.
That land is so vast, it's bigger than Abuja. They've taken it, they've commandeered it, it has become their own. They're even creating an emirate there. The governor is busy creating emirates where there were no emirates before. I mean, it is madness. We who were never conquered by jihad, in a time of peace and in a time of democracy, that is when they deign to impose on us rulers not of our choosing. The truth is that this evil shall not stand. In the fullness of time, it will be dismantled and our people will be free. And all those villages and towns that have been conquered and taken over, we will reclaim them. No doubt about it. The legal process is one way, you know, ECOWAS court perhaps, and so on. They have a poor problem of even implementing judgments or agreeing to acceding to judgments. It's a problem. But we will continue, and let's see how things turn out in the next 2 years. But let's not ever give up. We will reclaim all those land. Every single inch and yard of that land will be reclaimed. And that is our position.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will take two more. Honorable Festus Duru, I have to apologize.
Yeah.
Thomas Dijang. Yes, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Yes.
How are you, Mr. Thomas Dijang?
I'm doing well, sir.
Fantastic.
I must commend you, and we as youth from Southern Kaduna are proud of you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir.
And I'm so proud of you too. We should thank Professor Tony Falola for putting this together. He's a great man.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
In the course of your answering question, when one asks you if God should give you the presidency, how would you bring forth people? And you answered and said you're going to bring smart people in the country. Now the question is, have you been able to identify some smart people, young smart people in the country, and even old people? Why wouldn't you, at this time and season that God has given us, gather all these smart people in Nigeria to be able to sit down and bring out a way for escape for us? Because as it is now, I won't lie to you, sir, I'm from Southern Kaduna, and we're doing our best to see that we survive, but things are getting out of hand. That's my question, sir.
Thank you. You are talking about smart people. I'm talking to a smart and very handsome and dynamic young man like Thomas Dejang. So I don't have to look very far when I'm looking for people to work with, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so thank you for that. I'm very touched by what you said. I'm very touched. And I get emotional knowing what you are going through. They come in the night, they raid your homes, raid our homes. As young people with children are running with their mothers with sleep in their eyes, as they're running out, they are shooting them down like chickens and goats. Yes. And cutting them. That's what they're doing. And then if they find you with even a dang gun or a cutlass, they seize it from you. They even kill for it.
Very true, sir. Very true, sir. Very true.
So they have disarmed our people and have allowed their people to come in and be killing and killing. Let me tell you, they are laboring under a curse. They are laboring under a curse. They are laboring under a curse, because that is not how you fight a war. Our forefathers used to tell us that when you are going for war, as you approach the enemy, you push away the children and the women, push them aside and face the men like you. That is what real men fight. This is how real men fight wars. Yes. Not these cowardly animals. Always they look for the softest target first. Women and children. They are shameless cowards. But please, don't give up. Tell all the young men that are with you never to give up. God is on the throne, and he will see us through. It is difficult. I cannot say don't defend yourself. Please defend yourself with anything you have. Even with what you don't have, defend yourself. And God will redeem the just. That is what I believe. And this evil will pass. So please remain steadfast. Don't give up. Tell our young people never to give up. Never to give up. And defend yourself with anything you have around you. Yeah.
Thank you.
It is your right to do so. Thank you.
I thought you asked your question before.
Yeah, Pro, just wondering whether I can come back again, if possible. Yeah, is it possible? Right, okay. Hello, Dr. Obadiah. I believe.
Hello, Kasim.
Good to see you. I'm really excited about it. I've sat down for all these hours and I felt like just about 10 minutes ago. That shows how wonderful it is.
Thank you.
Yeah. My follow-up question is that obviously it wasn't you within you to insist that we must have a restructure before this thing. My thinking was that within your network and everything, whether that can be, projected and then pulled together. But the follow-up actually I wanted to say is that I thought also there's something where you were talking about coming up with a constitution, your group, kind of coming out with a constitution, then we can debate on that. I'm not sure did I get you wrong, or maybe that's something on the works?
No, you didn't get me wrong. That process is ongoing. It is the National Consultative Forum. That process is still ongoing. But a constitution is much more than this kind of document I was talking about. This is on the policy of restructuring itself. A constitution is much more comprehensive. It's much more detailed. And it's not just about structure. It is about the rule of law. It is about, different aspects.
No, I understand. I understand that one. I wanted to know whether that's something you guys are engaged in. So that's there, and that's fine. That
one is ongoing. Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine. But in terms
I'm not fully involved in it. But it is ongoing. I know.
All right. Okay. That's very fantastic. Yes. But also, I believe in you. I think it's a good idea for somebody to come up with a document that, because some people say they don't understand restructuring. It's actually out of mischief. Some actually genuinely do not understand it. But I found something. There's a video that Professor Pat Utomi actually said. I'll forward that to you. He actually summed it up for me. To me, that's basically what restructuring is. I'll forward that to you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will appreciate it.
Finally, Honorable Festus Duru, the final question. Your internet keeps going and shutting down, hopefully, very quickly, sir.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make an input. Let me dive straight to my question. Yeah, my name is Honorable Festus Duru. I am contributing from Lagos.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Okay. Your trajectory, some of us who have followed your activities for the past years, both in Central Bank of Nigeria, both when you were in Canada, your support to the current president of South Africa, to get himself, stable in Canada and all the rest.
Yes.
And I also know your participation in 2019 elections in Nigeria. I want to ask, because of the presence of vote buying and electoral corruption, plus the connivance of the umpire, the electoral umpire in Nigeria, which we have INEC, with the activities of corrupt politicians who have dipped their hands into the public treasury.
Yes.
How can genuine leaders like you, who intend to, with the blueprint you have, who intend to make a difference, how can these genuine leaders outplay these politicians that already have dipped their hands into the public treasury and carried a lot, and use this even to make the electoral tribunal to become so expensive that at times mandate of the genuine winners always take so difficult for the genuine winner to get their mandate, either from the judiciary or otherwise? How can the youth, because I am a young person, how can the youth and the diaspora come in to support to make sure that these politicians who are slave merchants can be outplayed? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Festus Duru. And I think you are very right. You should even have added where in Imo State, the one who came forth can now win and become the governor, and the first three are out by judicial fiat. These are the kind of things going on. I think that the diaspora have a lot to play. You need to follow the process very closely. You need to be united and speak with one voice on national issues from diaspora perspective. And in fact, in the past, There used to be even slots in the parties for diaspora candidates to come in for 4 years, serve their country. One of my, when we were in abroad, one of our friends got into the House of Representatives that way, in 1999. So, a lot is possible. A lot is possible. And I know it is a very messy process, it's big money involved and corruption, bribery, and the current annex chairman is my college mate. It's my college mate, but I'm afraid that we have very big doubts about, how INEC operates these days. We have very big doubts. And 2019 was not a good election at all. There were so many anomalies, but we have to, number one, especially in the area of registering voters, it's a very big problem. I have witnessed this with my 2 eyes. Like in 2019, people were trying to register to vote. You have, families, children coming to queue up with their mothers. Their mothers just came because there was nothing they could do. They had to, hold their babies at their back, and they're standing in the sun from around 11 o'clock till 6 p.m. trying to register and get their voter cards. Some of them were even paying money up to 5,000. A poor woman, you are asking her to pay 5,000 to collect her right. I saw it with my eyes. And in some cases in our areas, they will bring the machine very late. They will bring one machine for 500 people. Then after small, they will just say the machine is not working. Then they will stay there. And when people start complaining with the sun getting hot, nowhere to sit, they will bring police and they say, there's insecurity. They will take machines around. They will never come back there again until election day. So those people have lost their franchise. Whereas in the far north, we hear they carry the machines even to private houses and get people registered in the comfort of their homes. A lot of that has happened. So we need to expose this and we need to fight it at every stage and all stages. And I pray that one day God will take people like us to position of leadership. The justice system must be cleansed. There's too much corruption has become accepted, in which every case has its price. And people are comfortable with that kind of life. When justice is undermined, the whole moral fabric of society is destroyed. That is really what it means. So we must expose these evils. We must fight these evils. And when good candidates come up, patriots come up, they cannot survive by their own strength. They need people to support them. They need the youths to stand by them. And when they do, look, together there is nothing we cannot achieve. If we are united and we are strong and we are focused and we are determined, we will make it. And a new Nigeria shall be born. This is my honest conviction. It is possible. It is doable. And I believe that the future is very bright. Thank you so very much. Yeah, thank you
very much. We've come to the end of this conversation. I'm very grateful to Professor Okeheduru, Dr. Lasisi Olagunju, and Ms. Bamidele Olateju. I want to call on Professor Da Silva to thank on behalf of the Twin Fowler interviews and members of the audience and our team, Dr. Mailafia. Professor Da Silva is from the University of Ibadan.
Oh, wow. Hello, how are you, sir?
Unmute. We can't hear you.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, hello. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Dr. Mailafia, it is
Thank you.
amazing. It is amazing that we've been on this interview series for this session for over 4 hours. And I guess it must have been the very longest of the Falola interview series. Dr. Mailafia, you have also maintained your energy, the thrust, all the expression, no sign of weakness at all. Really, really, the source of that energy is very amazing.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, no doubt this evening has been a very, very rewarding meeting that we have. And of course, like all the other previous meetings at this forum, it has been a very unique one, very, very unique. It has also been an evening of quality education, particularly on the Nigerian politics, economy, fiscal policies, and what have you. Even the challenges of insurgency, of insecurity, of, and all other things like that. So the interaction with you, Dr. Mailafia, has been very, very rewarding. And we want to thank you particularly for the kind of patriotic zest that you have exhibited, your Promethean courage, and the fact that you have remained consistent all through. You have been a very great inspiration to many of your admirers. And I'm very much sure that you have even won much more followership, even by this demonstration this evening. And it is our prayer that the Lord God himself will continue to keep you and be with you and be your source of wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power to triumph over all the challenges. And we also pray that your future endeavors, you will have resounding breakthroughs and you will have testimony. And to all the three great interviewers, we want to appreciate you for all that you have been able to do. And definitely, we are not disappointed at all. At every of this interview series, there's always an improvement. And we have witnessed that even this evening. So the three interviewers have really made this evening a very memorable one. And of course, to all our regular participants, we appreciate you a lot. And we believe that you will continue to be there each time that we invite you. And for the fresh participants, I want to believe that you have gained a lot even this evening, and the reason why you must hook on even to this interview series platform each time it comes up. And it is on that note that I also want to appreciate greatly the Toyin Falola interview series team, the technical and all the other people that have been working, with that team. And then the man at the helm of affairs there, the Ojogbon Pataki, the Professor Toyin Falola himself. I want to, we wish you more energy, more quality intellection, and that the Lord God will continue to be with you all. So thank you very much, everybody. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much, Professor De Silva. Thank you so very much, my distinguished Professor Toyin Falola, my Egbon. I really appreciate you, sir. Thank you for this great opportunity. And to all our viewers and all our supporters, I really appreciate you for being here. The Lord bless you mightily, all of you. And I really appreciate you. One love and take good care. Thank you.